And I said, if the president
Okay, we're going to get the meeting started here. Hello.
amendment to
Hello and welcome. If I could only sing a song. Hello.
yeah, how about 6?
Hi, welcome to the town council meeting. It's June 1st. We're short tonight, 3 councilors, but Paul Neary is en route, so we're going to get going on things anyway. So I do have an announcement that I have to make that we make before every one of these meetings, which is this meeting is being recorded by the town, and if any member of the public is planning to make an audio or video recording of the public session, they are required to notify the chair before doing so. Is anyone planning on doing that? Then we shall move along. Councilor Cusack. Oh, I guess we'll do the roll call first, please. Thank you.
Councilors Atzelis, Clark,
Here.
Cullum,
Here.
Cusack,
Here.
Rapgrassetti,
Present.
Levesque, Ludke,
Here.
Mendes, Neary, Schnepp,
Here.
Shaughnessy,
Here.
Starr,
Here.
Steinhilber.
Here.
We have 9.
It's just enough to get started. So now Councilor Cusack will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you can remain standing, I'd like you to keep in your thoughts tonight, if possible, one of our friends and part of our town hall family, Shirley Oakley, who lost her daughter unexpectedly last week in a tragic accident, or a tragic evening at least. And she's just a part of our family here at town hall, and I just think it would be nice if we could keep her family in our thoughts. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we can open the floor for public comment. If you could step up to the microphone, please write your name. You have 3 minutes. Councilor Steinhilber is going to help me with the timing.
Okay, I'm going to go first real quick, but this is not part of my 3 minutes. I want to say hi to everybody, and I have to say this. I was watching an old Andy Griffin show, and they were protesting because one of the women wanted to be on the council. I love this. Look at all the women up here. So you guys just learn to say okay and just leave it alone. Now, that doesn't count as my 3 minutes, so I had to say that. I just watched the show. But anyway, you guys remember I brought to the attention of the council last week about C.B. Perkins. Well, I want to give you an update on what we're doing. This thing has kind of taken on a life of its own. We have 3 petitions, 4 counting mine, that are out there. I was going to turn them in, and we've kind of decided not to turn them in right away because we haven't decided if it's going to go to the state or to Barnstable. Because I've worked with many members in Barnstable, there are many officials that I trust very much. Everybody in the little group we have does not, and they feel that Barnstable will not take it serious. Now, on some of this, they're correct. I have brought different things to the board, whether it be CVS, the garage person, or someone else, about the way they treat residents of Barnstable. And unless it's something that they say derogatory or racist, everyone seems to ignore it. Now, but what Barnstable has done is give this man the monopoly on menthols without any repercussion or whatever for how he treats the residents. I just found out, too, that there is one young lady who smokes Virginia Slims and menthols. When she goes there, he will not sell her a pack. She has to buy a carton, and which means she's not opening it to smoke any. She has to put them under her sweater and leave. Okay, this is the treatment you get from this man. And I just didn't know how many people out there were treated this way. We can't go anywhere else because Barnstable has said to him, that's why it falls back on Barnstable. You have given him the right to treat people any kind of way he wanted. Now, what I wanted to do, and they wanted to send the petitions to the state, and I think I may do a little of both. I think we need to make the tourists understand and treat the tourists the way we're treated. Because, and I know that sounds mean on my part, I'm not a mean person, but I know how to carry a sign. I think the tourists that come to Barnstable should be treated exactly the way the residents are by some of these companies, these stores. If it's okay for us to be treated that way, surely it's okay for the tourists to be treated that way. And if we're not going to walk up to them and treat them mean, we surely can hold signs and say, because you think you're a tourist, you're going to get treated different. I think it's very important for everyone to get the message. That's the only one Barnstable seems to care about are the
30 seconds.
tourists. I understand it's 3 seconds, but I need you to take this serious. Because when we walk into situations like this, what do? Other than lose your own temper and something negative happen, or you give them some kind of fine for the way they treat people. Now, this man makes herself buy a carton because you all told him he could. So nothing personal. I love a lot of y'all, but something has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else for public comment? Good evening.
Hi, good evening, town councilors and residents of Barnstable.
Can I ask you to sign in if you haven't already? Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt. We know you, but we just have to have a record.
Not a problem, great. Good evening, my name is Laurel Shader. I'm a senior scientist at Silent Spring Institute and lead investigator on the Massachusetts PFAS in Your Health study. I'm here tonight to provide an update about the progress of our study and to make sure that all residents of Barnstable are aware that our study has been extended through the end of September. The Massachusetts PFAS in Your Health study is funded and coordinated by the CDC as part of a nationwide study that includes communities all across the U.S. that have experienced PFAS drinking water contamination. Here in Hyannis, the levels of PFAS in some of the public wells were higher than in any other public water supply in Massachusetts and among the top 1% of public water supplies in the country. The good news is that the water is now being filtered to remove PFAS, so there are no new exposures occurring through the public water supply. For people that did live in Hyannis prior to 2016, they may have been exposed to elevated levels of these chemicals. So what are PFAS? PFAS are highly persistent chemicals. They've been called forever chemicals, and exposures to PFAS have been linked to many different types of health effects. The goal for our study is to learn more about how past exposures to these chemicals can affect people's health in the long run. If you've lived in Hyannis anytime between May 2006 and July of 2016, you are likely eligible to take part in our study. It's a simple process. It involves a one-time visit to our study clinic, which is located just over the line in Centerville on Route 28, and also to complete a questionnaire by phone. We're especially in need of children and adolescents ages 4 to 17 to help us reach our enrollment target. Participants will receive gift cards up to $50 for adults and $75 for children, as well as valuable information about PFAS levels in their blood and results of other lab tests. To learn more, you can find us online or look us up at bit.ly/MA-PFAS. For all of you town councilors, we're really asking, again, for your help in engaging with the community. Councilor Ludke has come out with us to do door-to-door canvassing, and Councilor Starr has said that he'll be joining us as well. And we're glad to hear that we may have the opportunity to have an insert in a water bill coming up for Hyannis Water customers. Please help us think of other ways that you can help spread the word in the community and with your constituents, through newsletters, through joining us for canvassing, other ways that the town can support this work. Every little bit helps. The good news is that we are making solid progress towards our goal, but we still have a ways to go. We're still at just under 50% of the adults that we are aiming to recruit and only 20% of the children. This work is hard, and all of the sites are having a hard time meeting their goal. We're proud to be partnering with Massachusetts Breast Cancer Coalition, including Cheryl Osimo, Betty M. Beavis, and Kathy Engels, who've been incredible and done phenomenal work to help us reach the community in many different ways. And many thanks to the participants who've already taken part in the study. So for everyone listening, please help support this important work that will provide new information to support future policies to protect the health of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shader. Is there someone else in the room who'd like to speak at public comment?
Ann and Bob Schulte from Centerville, Mass. Good evening, councilors. We're speaking tonight as follow-up to the email we sent to all of you and Town Manager Ells on May 22nd. Included with our email was a copy of a Connecticut Mirror article that highlighted the numerous problems and issues facing the proposed Park City Wind project. As the article and several experts and officials interviewed stated, this project is in serious trouble. We are members of a large group of citizens who understand the importance of and do not oppose renewable energy and offshore wind. However, what we do oppose is the lack of transparency that has been characteristic of Avangrid's dealings with the public and its relentless efforts to pursue a path which is in the cheapest and best financial interest for the company versus what is in the best interest of the community. If you've attended any of the Park City Wind presentations, you know they are slick PowerPoint presentations that are all rainbows and unicorns. Anytime a member of the public is asked a difficult or probing question, the response from Avangrid representatives is something like, "We're working on it," or "Don't worry, we've got that issue covered." In case you haven't read the article yet, we've just provided you with a hard copy of it. In it, you'll read about some of the issues that Park City Wind is facing. For example, Avangrid announced the project is not financially feasible under the power purchase agreements it signed with Connecticut. You have a very experienced and hard-hitting energy company in Avangrid who is now trying to rewrite, renegotiate, rebid, or otherwise alter the power purchase agreements for the project. However, both the company and Connecticut officials have refused to comment about the status of the PPAs, leaving the public totally in the dark. Regarding Avangrid's attempts to back out of the contracts, several experts and officials interviewed in the article question whether Avangrid should even be allowed to rebid the contracts. You'll learn that the port area in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where Avangrid has planned to build the facility for the construction, staging, operations, maintenance, and management of Park City Wind, has since been rezoned as residential, making it almost impossible to have enough space to build its facility. Avangrid initially told the public that it couldn't get a variance for the property. But when pushed by citizens the issue, the company admitted that didn't even attempt to apply for the variance. The Connecticut Mirror stated that there have been indications that Avangrid is now considering other port areas outside of Connecticut for the Park City Wind project. Does that mean another name change for the project? I think the quote from Aziz Dekhan, the executive director of the Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs, in the article, sums up how many Centerville and Barnstable residents feel about Avangrid and its proposed offshore wind projects. Mr. Dekhan said, "We're very disturbed by the actions of an international conglomerate who promises things it can't deliver on and doesn't seem to even want to deliver on." In order to be well-informed on this project, we strongly encourage you to read this article to learn about Avangrid's actions and what is really going on with this project beyond the slick and glossy presentations and words coming out of the mouths of Avangrid's PR team. Finally, we'll ask you and would appreciate a response from tonight to the question we asked in our May 22nd email, and that is, why does our town and the town council continue to pledge its support to the Park City Wind project when it is clearly in serious danger of falling through at potentially significant risk for our town and its citizens? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Town clerk and clerk can record show that Councilor Neary has graced us. Thank you. You missed the Pledge of Allegiance. So now you have to do it alone. No, I'm kidding. Okay, thank you. Suzanne Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Conley. Vice President Cullum, Town Council members, thank you for your time. I'd like to update you on two recent developments. First, our group Save Greater Dowses Beach recently provided public comment on the draft RFP for the fourth round of 83C solicitations for offshore renewable energy projects. I shared our response with Mr. Levesque and Mr. Ells and would like to leave a copy for the record. Avangrid has told us of their plans to rebid the Commonwealth Wind project in its entirety in this fourth round. We made 5 suggestions that the final RFP elevate the importance of public input, insist on proposals that consider the so-called planned approach for offshore electrical transmission, demand avoidance of fragile coastal environments and residential areas for cable landings, disqualify bidders that have defaulted on their contracts in previous rounds, and seriously consider opposition to onshore routing proposals. As you know, our experience with Avangrid Renewables, with which we have engaged without exception since last August, has left us convinced that Allowing offshore wind developers to decide where and how to transmit energy is not in the best interest of New England, the Commonwealth, and most importantly, the town of Barnstable. Second, we want to make sure you're all aware of a May 12, 2023 supplemental filing by Avangrid Renewables with the Energy Facility Siting Board. Our focus is on protecting the beach, of course, but vigilance brings to our attention all aspects of the developer's project proposal. Although the Commonwealth Wind project remains stalled in the MEPA permitting process, Avangrid continues to build the so-called New England Wind Connector 2 docket with EFSB. This recent filing indicates significant changes to the third proposed substation in West Barnstable in a number of ways, increasing the total of land under Avangrid's control from 17 to 29 acres, increasing the number of real estate parcels acquired from 3 to 8, increasing the amount of disturbed land from 12.4 to 13.6 acres. Of course, the proposed substation would still be in an area of the town zoned for residential use, would still sit on top of an aquifer protection overlay district, and is still proposed to be entirely built within a potential public water supply area as mapped by the Cape Cod Commission. Avangrid's recent public comment that their planned project will leave Barnstable better than they found it rings hollow with us. Our firm contention is that our town is not in need of improvement at the hands of this multi-billion-dollar international corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Connolly. Is there anyone else? Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Hector Gunther. I'm an active volunteer in town. I also serve as vice chair of CFAC. Before I retired, I was a senior banker in New York with JP Morgan and other major investment banks, where I spent over 30 years financing and advising large multinational companies just like Avangrid and its parent company, Iberdrola. I'm speaking today in my personal capacity as a steering committee member of Save Greater Dowses Beach. I'm here to talk about Avangrid, whose core business is regulated electric and gas utilities. You should know that for Avangrid, offshore wind is a brand new venture. It's a startup. They've never done it before. Avangrid has never developed, built, operated, or maintained an offshore wind project, nor has the company ever run high-voltage power cables undersea to shore beneath miles of residential roadways or constructed massive substations to receive the power. If Avangrid has its way, it will be doing all of these things in the form of 3 industrial-scale wind power projects for the first time in Barnstable, the community that we all call home. We are the guinea pigs, and once these projects are built and installed and Avangrid has moved on, we will all have to live with this risky high-voltage infrastructure for decades. It's crucial for you to understand how these projects are structured. Each of Vineyard Wind, Park City Wind, and Commonwealth Wind is set up as a 4th-tier limited liability subsidiary, or LLC, whose immediate corporate parent is Avangrid Renewables, LLC, yet another limited liability company. So what does this mean? First, it means that the ultimate parent companies, Avangrid and Iberdrola, are very well protected and insulated from almost anything that goes wrong. Their liability is limited. Second, it means that each subsidiary LLC will only contain the assets of that project, the turbines, cables, duct banks, and substation, together with billions of dollars of senior secured bank debt to finance that project. Now, the probability of some environmental disaster or economic calamity over the life of these projects is low. However, it's definitely greater than 0. So let's imagine a massive explosion beneath a beach parking lot or residential street or at a substation, a collapse of the narrow causeway that connects Dowses to East Bay Road, contamination of the town's fresh water by salt water or toxic substation fluids, a major hurricane that destroys the offshore wind turbines, shutting down power and therefore the revenue to the town, or permanent declines in property values or in our tourism-based economy. If one of or more of these risk events comes to pass, where or to whom will Barnstable look for compensation? Well, that's a great question, and it's impossible to predict. But one thing is for sure. We won't get much from our 3 limited liability partners. More likely than not, the LLCs would be put into bankruptcy, and the town of Barnstable would have to get in line just like any other unsecured creditor. So to conclude, all that we ask of you, our elected officials, is to carefully consider all the risks of these projects when making irreversible decisions that will impact our town's future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Anyone else in the room to speak at public comment? No? How about in Zoom land?
There's no,
No, I'm
there's
sorry.
no online public comment.
No online public. Okay, so seeing none, then I will, or hearing none, or sensing none via Zoom, I'll close public comment and open the door for councilor response to public comment. I wondered if I could invite Town Manager Els up to address Mr. Schulte's question first, and then we can go off of that, if that's good with everyone.
Good evening, Mark Els, Town Manager. Yes, I can, and also if you have a chance to view my Town Manager communication, I've included a response to many of these. I'll start by saying President Levesque and I have been discussing the fact that Avangrid needs to come in here and provide the council an update directly in the future, because many of the questions would be speculative on my part to try to answer. So, but that's a broad update from them for certainly any, but the latter 2 projects. Relative to Park City Wind, our legal department has been in communication with the state of Connecticut, and they have advised our legal department that Park City Wind has not defaulted on their power purchase agreement and is in negotiations with the state of Connecticut relevant to that power purchase agreement. So that is proceeding. Their permitting is proceeding. And I guess we'll see the outcome of those power purchase agreement negotiations. To be determined. Once again, we're not a part of that negotiation. Certainly, we're a third party that has or is impacted by the outcomes. So we will continue to reach out to state of Connecticut or state of Massachusetts relevant to both Park City and Commonwealth. Commonwealth is different. Commonwealth Wind in Massachusetts is different than Park City in that the Commonwealth Wind power purchase agreement isn't or can't be renegotiated. So my understanding is that they have defaulted on that. That's when we paused the host community agreement. That host community agreement will not commence again until the town council authorizes the town manager to do so. So I guess we'll see what the outcome of the current RFP is that the state of Massachusetts has issued and is expecting responses, I believe, by the first of the year. I believe a decision by mid-year next year. So I don't know if I addressed that aspect of it. The truth of the matter is we didn't have a response from the state of Connecticut till yesterday. So again, I'm not going to speculate on answers to these. Both our own state and Connecticut don't always respond when we ask questions. And so I'm not going to make up an answer. I'm going to wait until I get an answer, and then, as I always have, I will share that answer. And that's how I have and I will continue to proceed.
Thank you.
I think it's important that they come in, though.
I do too.
Lot of questions, and they're really questions for you all to be able, and the community to hear, but certainly you all to be able to ask them directly. Okay?
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate that. So town councilor response to public comment to my left. Councilor Neary, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And at the risk of going over previously asked questions, Councilor Atzlis of Precinct 4 asked me to read this out. This is a response to some questions that were asked, and I apologize that I was late. These questions may have already been covered. And I'll read it directly and treat it in the form of a statement. So it says, our questions to you as town council members and representatives of the citizens by whom you were elected are the following. Number one, why does our town continue to pledge its support to Avangrid and its two proposed projects, which are in serious danger of falling through at potentially great risk for our town? His answer was, support has come from in the form of two host community agreements, HCAs. The first was Vineyard Wind and the second is Park City Wind. Permission was initially given to the town manager by this council to negotiate a host community agreement with Commonwealth Wind. However, due to the decision by Avangrid to terminate its power purchase agreement, the town manager has consistently said that negotiations have ceased and that he will seek further authorization from the council before commencing any new negotiations. Since that project is on hold and a HCA, or host community agreement, does not exist with Commonwealth Wind, I, Councilor Atzlis, am not commenting on that project. It is important to highlight that the host community agreement is not a permitting document. It is not, as some would have you believe, the town acting as the approving authority on the project. The approval of the permit rests with the federal and state agencies, the Cape Cod Commission and the Barnstable Conservation Commission, in accordance with standards set by the state and our own conservation ordinances. The two HCAs have provisions that address environmental protections for the town, and they specify collaboration between Vineyard Wind and Park City Wind, respectively. The town on a number of aspects, such as construction, sewer, water infrastructure, paving, etc. There is a financial component in the HCA where Park City Wind will cover the cost for a new water supply. It is also important to note that the wind developers do not need to have a PPA, power purchasing agreement, in hand as a condition of seeking permits for their projects. It is also important to note that executing an HCA between the town and the proponent is not required. And in theory, Vineyard Wind and Park City Wind could have landed their projects here without a host community agreement in place. If that happened, we would have no protections whatsoever, nor would we receive any negotiated financial benefit. Both host community agreements are available to the public on Avangrid's website. Sorry, this is lengthy. Number two, when it isn't even clear whether Avangrid will be allowed to rebid the power purchase agreements for its two proposed projects, much less be selected as a successful bidder for the projects, why is this company being allowed to use our public libraries and the time and support of staff members, largely funded by taxpayer dollars, to hold these monthly presentations? We don't allow for other nonprofit, this is in the form of a question, for other for-profit corporations to use our libraries and public facilities to sell their goods and services to our residents. Why should Avangrid be allowed to do so? Avangrid's monthly presentations on town property should be stopped immediately until such time we know these projects will actually go forward, and if they do, that Avangrid will be the developer selected. To continue allowing Avangrid to hold its monthly presentations in our libraries will just perpetuate the belief among citizens that these projects are a done deal, something which the town leadership continues to tell citizens, and it is supposedly not true. The answer is the most recent update Mr. Atzlis has received is that Connecticut has agreed to renegotiate their power purchase agreement with Park City Wind. He has had conversations over the past few weeks with council leadership and the town manager about having Avangrid representatives appear before the council where they can provide us an update on Park City Wind, their purchase agreement, and answer questions that councilors may have. He is asking for that to happen as soon as possible. And third, finally, it's been suggested to some residents that Avangrid should not be allowed to have their monthly presentation in public libraries. One reason given is since there is uncertainty about the ability to move forward by having meetings. It gives residents the belief that the projects are a done deal. It's kind of repetitive. In my opinion, his opinion, that isn't giving residents credit for being able to decide for themselves if they want to attend, and if they do attend, that they are not savvy enough to ask questions about Avangrid's contracting and permitting status, and decide for themselves the strength of the project status. The libraries are not departments of the town, and the town cannot tell them how to operate. Moreover, there are First Amendment issues whenever public entities regulate or restrict speech based on the content of the speech. Opponents and proponents have a right to hold and attend meetings, and sharing of information and the opportunity for people, for or against, to ask questions and highlight challenges is free speech, and a library being told to stop that, it says by us, flies in the face of free speech. These meetings are not scheduled by the town of Barnstable. They are scheduled between the applicant and the library, and library leadership is capable of deciding for themselves who should be allowed to give presentations. Respectfully commented on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neri. Let's see. Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much, Vice President Cullum. I thank all the speakers for taking time today. I especially thank those who spoke regarding Park City Wind and Commonwealth Wind. I have been paying attention, and the proponents for Avangrid spoke to the West Barnstable Civic Association earlier last month. And I am concerned about the amount of acreage that is targeted to be used to serve as substations in West Barnstable. I'm also concerned with the loss of forested acreage in the village of West Barnstable and the town of Barnstable, as it was explained to us at that Civic Association meeting. And there will likely be a significant effect on the West Barnstable Fire Department, which is not a function of the town, but a fire district within the town. And I'm keeping an eye on those significant effects within the village of West Barnstable, my precinct 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To my right, any councillors wish to speak? Councillor Ludke.
Thank you, Councillor Cullum. I'd like to speak to everyone. I do have some comments about the wind projects, but perhaps Dr. Shader's comments. And she mentioned putting the insert into the bill, and I've been working with Attorney Nober on that, and I don't know if Attorney Nober would feel like she had any comments on that at this point, because she had said that perhaps that would require a vote from the council to put those inserts in the water bill. But I don't know if there's anything you could say at this time, or you
would you like to come up?
I think there's just one more billing cycle before her project wraps up, so that's why it's a little bit urgent.
Yeah, we are just looking at the language of the insert to make sure it's something that the town is comfortable saying, because by putting that out in our bills, we would be presenting it as town speech. It would be the town talking, and that's why I would like a council vote authorizing that if that's what we choose to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'm so thankful for Bob and Ann Schulte and Suzanne and her group and Hector's words. I really appreciate all the careful research you've done, and that you've gone ahead and submitted comments through the process. And also you advise us of what you're doing so we can do our own research. And I think Hector's comments that we need to carefully consider all the risks as we move forward is really something very important, since we have yet to do the Article 97 for the Dowses Beach. And I have read some of the documents or the comments that were submitted when Suzanne submitted hers. And I know there's one from the new owner of the nuclear power plant, the former nuclear power plant, offering that facility for the planned approach. So I think this is a very dynamic time. And Avangrid submitted a very lengthy comment, and they don't think the timing of the new bids is going to allow for the 2030 goal, and they want it expedited. So again, it's very dynamic, and I think it for all of us, we really need to do the research, listen to people, take advantage of every opportunity to really dig into this, because as Hector said, this is going to be our future, and we really need to understand it as best we can, since we are the first ones making this leap. We want to make sure we do it in a careful way. And also, Marianne, thank you for your comments. I'm not a smoker. I find it curious that only one establishment sells menthol. I don't understand it. I don't know who does understand that in terms of the town, how that ended up. I don't know, but that does seem like a strange thing to me. I don't know if anybody could speak to that. I mean, do we know why we ended up with only one?
I don't, but we'll do it. Maybe we could do it at the next meeting, have
Okay.
somebody have a lengthy
All
meeting,
right.
so rather than
All
fish
right.
around. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to my right? Councillor Schnapp?
Thank you, Vice President Cullum. I just wanted to echo Councillor Lutke in thanking the folks that came out tonight for public comment. It is a lot of information, and you have been able to distill it into bites that at least whet our appetite to learn more. And I know that some of us have already met with some of you, and some of us will be meeting with you in the future. So I encourage us to continue this dialogue.
Thank you, Councillor Schnapp. Anyone else? No. Okay. Thank you very much for all your comments. As usual, we take them to heart, and we will discuss them. I'm excited for Avangrid to come before us so we can ask some serious questions that we've all been chomping on for a while. It'll be great to be face to face, I think, in that venue. So at this point, I just want to mention the town manager's communications are pre-recorded. They're on Channel 18. This particular week, there was a lot of really good stuff that I recommend you look at. The budget action calendar was there, an announcement of completed comprehensive financial advisory committee reports for the 2024 operating budget, the update on the beach operations, which I found to be incredibly informative. There's actually another video there with Nina Coleman discussing what we're actually talking about when we're not raking the beaches. And with the load of misinformation that seems to be out there on different social media sites, I recommend that we share it with our civic associations so that we can get the truth out. There's that update on the offshore wind projects, in which the town manager else is very candid about what we know, what we don't know. An update on the permitting of beach activities as it relates to the rare and endangered species habitat. Update on the proposed Title V and watershed permit regulations, which is coming to a head soon. A reminder of the comment period for green burial regulations, coming soon to a cemetery near you. And then also Elizabeth Jenkins gave us a nice report on what's happening with the local comprehensive plan. Mark Milne also has his, if you have trouble sleeping, I'm just kidding, his budget analysis. I think I know it word for word at this point after 12 years. But that's also on Channel 18 and very informative as we go through the budget cycle, which is what we do. So there you go. That's a lot, right? At this point, since we have a quorum, we're going to, I'll accept a motion on the minutes, please, of last meeting.
Vice President Cullum?
Yes.
May we ask questions of the town manager?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
No
yes,
problem.
Please. Sorry about that. Come back up, Mark. We've got questions. It's okay. It's for minutes.
Always a few. Okay.
Yes.
First, I just wanted to do a shout out to the Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee for their report. It's always great timing and a great assist for us in reviewing the budget, so I wanted to thank them. I did want to ask a quick question about the beach permits. I know that the council received an email of concern of one of our elder residents who kind of got caught up in the, doing it online, but being told that she wouldn't get it for 2 weeks, and then also being told that she couldn't use her receipt. And I don't know if that was misinformation, or if you could clarify if someone doesn't actually have the beach permit, if they can use the receipt for the permit.
If they right now, if they have the receipt, they can use the receipt in lieu of the sticker until they get the sticker, and then they have to put the sticker on the vehicle.
Okay. For whatever reason, she was given different information, and I'm not exactly sure. And
Well, I think that we're trying to wrestle with, how long people can use the receipts for, and we're having varied discussions, and perhaps somehow that resulted in what the resident asked.
Okay.
The other thing our residents should know is if they can't do it, call REC and we'll help you do it. It's been the policy for 4 years. It hasn't changed. And quite honestly, we're selling over 20,000 stickers. I mean, COVID triggered this, but we're not going back to the way we used to do it for a whole host of reasons. And if you need help, we're there for you. So just let us know and we'll help you.
Is it still an option to go to the Barnstable Adult Community Center for some assistance? I know that was available during COVID, but I didn't know if that was still an option for people.
I think I'd have to talk to Director Ganella, but I believe we still provide support. The person was there doing it. She has since retired, so I'd have to ask where that person is right now. But quite honestly, if you call REC, we'll tell you where to go, and then you can go.
Okay. Well, get back.
I'll get you that answer.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I have one last question. It wasn't in your report, but it's something I brought up at previous meetings. And I know that Mark Milne, Director of Finance, was going to kick off a meeting regarding our use of opioid settlement money. And I didn't know if there's been any progress and how we're moving on that.
Well, Director Milne is here. Mark, do you wish to speak to that? Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mark Mellon, Director of Finance. Yes, we had our initial meeting. We had representatives from the police department, fire department, school department, health department, legal department, finance, and we bantered around some ideas about strategies about how to distribute these funds. Should we pick a couple of large projects where we can have a meaningful impact in the prevention area and the treatment area and recovery, or should we try to sprinkle the funds amongst multiple organizations with a much smaller dollar impact? So the next meeting we're going to have next week, we're going to share ideas about how to engage the public next in that process. And that's where we're at.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mark, before you leave, can I just ask, will the public be weighing in on how that, Mark Milne, will the public be able to weigh in on how that money is divided or what projects you're seeking?
Well, ultimately, it has to come before the town council
Yeah.
for your appropriation authority. So, but we have reached out to a state agency to solicit their input as to how we engage the public in that process, but to what level of engagement that involves. There is a sense that we could be here for a year engaging the public as to how to best utilize these funds. Or should we limit that public engagement to a few impactful organizations in the community that provide services in that area?
Yeah. It might also be helpful to look at other communities that suffered the same mortality rate that we did through the same, in the same venues of the same similar population or whatever, and see what they've done if they've had any major impact.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much, Director Milne. It was raised at one point that perhaps your group or the town staff could benefit with some input from the Human Services Committee that's already established here within the town.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we have reached out to Cheryl, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions for Town Manager Elza? Paul is not done.
I think we wanted to return to the beach sticker thing. If we could just announce the phone number of the rec department. So if anyone's listening and they're concerned, I have a number, but I don't know if it's the correct number. If you mentioned that people can call the rec department, I just
Chris,
didn't know if people know what number to call.
Chris will correct me, Director Ganella will correct me if I'm wrong, but 508-790-6345?
That's
Okay,
it.
huh, see?
Thank you.
Imagine, with cell phones, I don't even know my kid's number anymore. You go by name. And to answer your question, the person is at the HYCC now that will help. Okay? So, thank you. 508-790-6345.
Anyone else with questions for the town manager? Councillor Starr, go for it.
Thank you, Ms. Cullum. My question is about just quickly about the raking. Does that cover private beaches?
Oh, boy, do you have a minute?
Well, no, I just want, because we have.
I think it's really important. Nina Coleman is here, and I would like Nina to come up and share the good work she's doing and has been doing, and probably be able to give you an idea of that answer, but I don't think it's a clear answer. So, Nina.
Welcome.
Good evening, Nina Coleman, Director of Natural Resources. It's a complex question. What we've been told from the State Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program is that they are requiring MISA review, or endangered species review, for beach raking activities. So there's a new document that they created in 2021, and they're starting to try to move communities and private entities into this, what's called a MISA review for these activities. So the town has, because we've been put on notice, we have decided to move forward with those permits, as you know. And so these private entities should also consider moving forward with a MISA permit in order to be able to rake their properties without putting themselves at risk for liability under the Endangered Species Act. That's the best I can do. It's a very dense topic.
The reason I brought that up is I understand that we have contracts with private beaches. That we rake other beaches other than public beaches?
I'm going to actually let DPW answer that, and I want to just clarify a little bit more before we get into that. It's not all beaches. It's only beaches that are that fall into what's known as priority habitat. Okay. So there's a map that designates some of our quite a bit of Barnstable shoreline as priority habitat. And so it's not just that there's plovers there, but the habitat is also protected. So we do have a number of private beach clubs that are also in priority habitat that the town used to rake. And because we're not raking our beaches, because of the concern of the liability, the town is also not raking those private beaches.
Okay, thank you. That's great. That's all.
May I just follow up with one question? Will the town then notify the private clubs that this is going on, and tell them, advise them that they should also follow the MISA rule? Okay.
That has occurred.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And is the map available for us to see?
Absolutely. I can send you a link.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Yeah, and maybe we could put it on the webpage so everyone can see. Thank you.
Super. Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else? Questions of the town manager?
Just a point of clarification, we're not in violation of a contract. These are abutting private beaches that over time we had raked, and they paid a minimal fee, and we notified them immediately after the April discussion that this was something we couldn't do again without their involvement and our better understanding of what our involvement might be. But we certainly don't want to take on the liability for a take on a private piece of property. Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. All set? Great. In that case, I'll return to my motion, or whatever. I'll ask for a motion for the minutes. You're done with me? You don't want to do it? Okay. Anyone else like to give me a motion to accept the minutes?
So move.
Excellent. Any discussion of the minutes? We're good? Okay. So we can show by, or vote by show of hands. All those in favor of the minutes of the last meeting? Aye.
Abstain.
And one abstention. So that's 9 and 1 abstention, I believe. 2 abstentions. So we can't do it. Yeah. So then take the vote again.
I can. I did watch I was absent at the last meeting. I watched the meeting at least twice, and I can attest that I read the minutes and that they correspond with what I saw on and the videotape.
Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so now, do we need to do another show of hands, or can we just say 9 and 1? Another show of hands? Okay, let's take another show of hands. All those in favor of the minutes of the last meeting, raise your hand. Aye. Aye. And then we have one abstention. It's Councillor Schnepp. So 9 and 1. Thank you. Okay. Communications from elected officials, boards, committee staff, commission reports, correspondence, and announcements. Anyone? To my right. Councillor Schnepp, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have just a couple of announcements of interest to the council. The Cape and Islands Municipal Leaders Association has 2 meetings coming up. Our annual meeting will be on June 9th. That's a week from this Friday. And the RSVP for that event is tomorrow. So if you're interested, please make your response known. And then the following week, on, I believe it's June 15th, we have a luncheon meeting scheduled with Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, ostensibly to discuss what's going on with DEP. So that might be of interest to many on the council. And then I just wanted to spend one moment, unless this was brought up at the last meeting and I missed it, about the awarding of the Mercy Otis Warren Award to Amanda Converse. This is an exciting award for her to receive and for the town of Barnstable. She actually presides in my precinct 12. And I just want to read a quick paragraph. She's an amazing woman. After achieving a master's degree from George Washington University, Ms. Converse returned home with an ambitious vision and championing the buy local cause, advocating for its economic, environmental, and social benefits. Her business improvement initiatives include founding the Current Quarterly, a unique local fashion magazine, and Love Live Local, a nonprofit that holds annual festivals uniting local businesses with consumers. When COVID-19 hit, she helped raise $121,000 in relief funds for Cape Cod businesses, and later became the voice of Thirst, a Massachusetts organization highlighting problems with the lack of payout of business interruption insurance. She has also supported nonprofits across the Cape, including We Can, Cape Wellness Collaborative, Amplify POC, and serves as the president of the Board of Trustees of the Hyannis Public Library. And I know that she's also a member of our local comprehensive planning steering committee, so she keeps a pretty busy schedule. The Mercy Otis Warren Award presentation will be held on Flag Day, June 14th, 2023 at 7 p.m. at the Meeting House Church on Meeting House Way in West Barnstable. And so, I just wanted to do a shout out to Amanda and hope that some of you may be able to attend the award ceremony.
Thank you for that. That was overlooked last week, and it's a great award, and she's a worthy candidate for sure. Councillor Ludke, you had something to say? You're done? Okay. Anyone else on this side? No? To my left? No one. Okay, so that gets us to the orders of the day. Why don't we take a quick break? Yeah. And then we'll come back, and I'm going to take some things out of order when we get back, just because there's some people in the room that don't need to be here till midnight or 1. Right, Mr. Lee? Okay. Counselors, back up to the dais. Am I going to have to do the gavel? No. Counselor Schnepp, can you join us? Okay, we just need Counselor Starr, who's here now. Okay. All righty. So let's get started on the orders of the day. I am going to take a couple things out of order. We're going to start, for instance, with new business, just to get these things out of the way to get started. So let's see. Councillor Neary, could you please read into the record 2023-178?
My
New
pleasure,
business.
Madam Vice President. As soon as I find it, bear with me 2 secs here. 178.
Page 31.
I'm getting there.
Okie dokie. They're in numerical order. That's how we do things around here.
Well, mine goes from 177 to 188. Why would that be? Does yours? I can read it off the index, I guess. 189, sure. Sure.
No, he's got it.
The small print.
Yeah,
All
there you
right,
go.
let's see.
Thank you, Councillor Neary.
It's my pleasure. You said 178 or 188 here?
178.
All right. This is new business. This is fiscal year 2024 spending limitations, revolving funds for Senior Services Classroom Education Fund. I'm going to read the whole thing. $100,000, a recreation program fund for $325,000, the Shellfish Propagation Fund for $200,000, the Consumer Protection Fund, $600,000, Geographical Information Technology Fund, $10,000, Arts and Culture Program Fund, $50,000, the Asset Management Fund, $500,000. This may be acted upon. It's new business with a majority vote, as written.
Thank you very much. Here's Mark Milne. Thank you for the second. Here's Mark Milne to give us the rationale.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. This item, annually, we have 6 revolving funds that are designed to pay for costs associated with certain activities of the town. And these are the same 6 we've had for decades now, and there's no change in the spending limitations from last year. They include the 6 that Councilor Neary just mentioned, or 7, and again, no changes from the previous year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any councillor questions of Director Milne? No? We're all set? Then we can move this to a vote, please. Oh, it's a majority roll call. What am I doing? Okay, sorry. So you can raise your hand and say yay. Everybody, so we're all in favor, I believe. It's 10. Thank you. Sorry about that. No coffee. Councillor Steinhilber, could you read the next, please? That's 2023-194 in new business.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is new business. I'd like to refer item 2023-194 to a public hearing on June 15th, 2023. Appropriation order, the amount of $155,000 for the consultant services in support of a local comprehensive plan update as written.
Second.
All those in favor of moving item 2023-194 to a public hearing on 6/15/2023, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. All 10 of us. And let's see, you're up there, Mr. Cusack, if you could read item 2023-195.
My pleasure. This is new business and may be acted upon with a majority vote. This is item 2023-195, an authorization to expend a fiscal year 2023 car seat distribution program grant in the amount of $2,203 for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, Office of Grants and Research.
Thank you very much. And here's Chief Sonnabend to give us the rationale.
Good evening, Madam Vice President, members of the council, Chief Sonnabend, Barnstable Police Department. This item basically is we got a grant from the state to receive some car seats. This round is 17 car seats. We had the same program last year. We got 50 car seats. These 17 car seats will be working in conjunction with community partners like a baby center, DCF, and other agencies to distribute these car seats to underserved or low-income populations. We'll combine that with, we'll send members of the traffic division out that have been trained specifically in how to instruct people how to install these seats. So they'll get instruction on how to install them, and they'll receive a free car seat. There is no financial obligation to this. We already have the seats. They'll just be given away, and this needs to be completed by July 2024.
Excellent. Thank you. Any councilors have any questions for the chief? Councilor Ludke?
I'm just curious, Chief, are you able to distribute all the seats? Do they all go?
Pretty much, yes.
And the ones that are residual, they just keep them for the next year?
We've pretty much gotten rid of them all every year. Like I said, last year we had 50. We've got a few left this year, but they have to be distributed by July 2024, so we will distribute them all by that point in time.
Okay.
Anyone else to my left? No? I just wanted to mention that Ann Spillane is here, who does so much work with us, right?
She will be coming forward.
Okay, great. So thank
Right,
you.
Ann?
Yeah, I saw your name attached to this too. So, and Lena Bevilacqua, I'm sure it's something to do with this as well.
Lena wrote it.
I
Did
know.
a great job.
There you go. See? We saw her at graduation, didn't we, Megan? Yeah, and Sarah. Great. Well, thank you very much. So we can move this to a vote, please. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're going to go to old business toward the end, though. Councilor Clark, actually, I'm going to go to Councilor Schnepp for this. 2023-118. If you could read that in, please.
Hold on.
188.
188.
What did I say, 188?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is a matter of old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. This is item number 2023-188, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. The Town Council appoints the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, commission: Conservation Commission, Angela Tangney as a regular member to a term expiring 6/2026. Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District Commission, Kevin Ferrara as an alternate member to a term expiring 6/2023. Planning Board, Matthew Tague as a regular member to a term expiring 6/2024. Shellfish Committee, Glorianne Hurwitz as a member holding a family permit to a term expiring 6/2025.
Second.
Any councilor discussion at all on this item? Then we can move it for a vote, please. All those in favor of item 2023-188 as written, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous, Madam Clerk. Councilor Schnepp, would you like to do the next one too? Take a deep breath.
Okay. This will take a little bit of time. Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is an item of old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2023-189, reappointments to a board, committee, commission. The Town Council reappoints the following individuals to a multiple-member board, committee, commission to terms expiring 6/30/2026. That will be Airport Commission, George DeGeorge, John Flores, Board of Assessors, Melvin Paz, Board of Health, FP Tom Lee, Community Preservation Committee, Lindsay Council, and Terry Duenas, Conservation Commission, John Abadili, Disability Commission, John Lundborn, and Linda McKinney, Gulf Committee, John Cookson, Historical Commission, Barbara DiBiase, and Nancy Shoemaker, and Nancy Clark, Housing Committee, Hilda Hay, Human Services Committee, Cheryl Powell, and Carlos Barboza, Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic Commission, Jennifer Hinckley Needham, Jack Kay, Cheryl Powell, as a representative member from the Barnstable Historic Commission. For Land Acquisition and Preservation Committee, we have Elizabeth Lewis, Licensing Authority, Nancy Carlson Lindman, Mid-Cape Cultural Council, Michelle McCoy, Old Kings Highway Historic District Committee, George Jessup, Planning Board, Mary Berry, Tim O'Neill, and Steve Robichaud. For the Recreation Commission, Renee King. Register of Voters, David Jones. Sandy Neck Board, Pete Sampu, a member representing Conservation Commission. Scholarship Committee, Janice Kligot. Shellfish Committee, Albert Superant. Trust Fund Advisory Committee, Francis Parks as a Human Services Representative Member. And for the following, there will be different terms expiring, so I will read those separately. For the Youth Commission, Eric Abardaziv as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Michaela Stamfel as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Shalanda Grant as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Jean DeRusso, an advisory member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Piper Hunt as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Madeline Boyle as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Mary Flynn Kayajan as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Connor O'Reilly as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. George Noonan as an advisory member to a term expiring 6/2026. Jaden Jeffries as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Megan Garthy as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. Lake O'Reilly as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2024. And last but not least, Zoning Board of Appeals, Aaron Webb as a regular member to a term expiring 6/2026.
Second.
Just a point of information before we continue. There are two names that I have that I didn't hear. One was Cameron Levesque, and the other was Shalanda Grant for the Youth Commission to a term ending 6/30/2024, both of them. I didn't hear either of those names.
I heard Shalanda. What's the other one you want?
Cam Levesque. Oh, he's not on that.
He is not on this list.
Oh, it's on this one. So
Probably
we need
should
to
have
amend
been,
that. Can we do a friendly amendment on that?
Let's.
Yeah. It's on the index, but not in the item itself. So, Scribner's error, yeah. So can we amend that to include Cameron Levesque then? Thank you.
To a term expiring.
Yes. So I have a motion to do that, yeah? Yep. Okay, so all those in favor of item 2023-189 as amended? Right?
If you have to vote for the amendment.
Oh, didn't I vote on the amendment? Okay, so let's vote on the amendment. So all those in favor of adding Cameron Levesque? Show of hands. Yep. Aye. Okay, so that passes. So then let's vote on item 2023-189 as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Everybody again. Thank you. Because otherwise we'd have to leave Matt off the dais next time too.
Makes sense.
I don't get paid enough. Do you know what I mean? Great, thank you. So now we're going to take one more item out of order before we start at the top of the docket. So let's see if I can get Councillor Starr to read in 2023-177, please.
Thank you. So this is item 2023-177. We're open for a public hearing, majority roll call vote of the full council. It's an appropriation order in the amount of $378,795 for the purpose of paying the fiscal year 2024 Community Preservation Fund debt service requirements.
Second.
Excellent, thank you. We have Director Milne here to walk us through. And also we have Representative Tom Lee here as well to help us.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Good evening. So for fiscal year 2024, we're looking here at $378,795 of debt service for the Community Preservation Fund. About 306,000 of that is land bank associated with previous land bank acquisitions, and most of those are going to be paid off soon. You can see next year, fiscal year 25, a majority of them are paid off. And then we have the town hall renovations, which still has several years remaining to it. So what that means is we're going to have a lot of capacity within Community Preservation Fund in the outer years to do some projects. But for this year, $378,000 is your budget for debt service. And that is being paid for by current year revenues that we plan to generate in fiscal year 24, and the town hall renovations will be paid for from the Historic Preservation Reserve set aside.
That's great. Thank you. Any questions for Director Meld? On my right? On my left? Seeing none, I think we can move item 2023-177 to a vote. This is a majority vote. A roll call.
Councilors Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rapgrissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Passes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Lee, for coming in to help in case we needed your input. I appreciate that. Okay, Councillor then. Could we please start at item number 1 under old business, 2023-155.
This is old business. Public hearing, roll call, majority vote of the full council. Item 2023-155. Appropriation order in the amount of $11,072,723 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Airport Enterprise Fund budget as read.
Second.
Thank you. We have Director of Service here from the airport to help us out. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome, councilors. Katie Service, Airport Manager, and the pleasures having Matt here tonight, the Assistant Airport Manager, Matt Ilya. Thanks, Matt. Just want to go over a few things before I get into the budget. You know, one of the things that we've been working hard at the airport is to show that we're part of the community. We're more than just a transportation facility. You have heard over the past 5 years with our business plan that we created in 2018 that we wanted to have more outreach to the public, have more aviation educational events. So the pictures that you see there are simply a lot of the folks that have come out to different events that we've had at the airport. We've had Scout sleepovers, which we'll continue to do every March. We've had a Great Day for the Gateway, which was the first one was done last year in September. We're doing it again this September. The Scout sleepovers are the graphic that you see right in the middle with all those kids. I don't know how those parents got to sleep that night. I doubt they did. I didn't sleep over. But it was a great event. We were there for 2 days with those kids, showing them all about aviation. So just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we do have a series of events that we conduct throughout the year. We have solidified what we want to do throughout the year so that we're prepared for those types of events. So we typically will have an event in March, in July, 2 events in September, and an October event. We're also hosting Cape Cod Young Professionals again this year in September. So it should be fun. Come on out to our events. I don't think it's working. Thank you. Just real quick on the airport team, obviously Barnstable Town Council followed by the selected airport commission by the Town Council. We have a 7-member commission. Airport manager, assistant manager. We have new to the team, our senior project manager and airfield compliance officer. Great addition to our team. He's really been helping out with over 4 projects that we have ongoing right now at the airport. Of course, our airport operations, airport maintenance, our administration, airport administration, and airport security and noise abatement office. Airport operations, just real quick, is 10 full-time operations specialists. They handle all of the aircraft rescue and firefighting on the airfield in conjunction with Hyannis Fire. It's a great partnership that we have with the best and the brightest from Hyannis Fire. Aircraft fueling, jet fuel, aircraft and airfield inspections, and servicing tenants and transient aircraft on a regular basis. We do all of that with 10 people. Following up with our airport maintenance staff, we have 9 full-time maintenance staff members. They maintain all of our runways and taxiways, airport-owned buildings, 639 acres, and of which the vast majority that they do mow and maintain. Maintaining and repairing all of our airfield lighting, handling snow removal for the airfield and for the terminal roads, and maintaining and repairing all of the airport's vehicles. So in the picture that you see in the upper right is just an example of some of our snow removal equipment that we have that we use for the season. And the picture following that down below shows a force of 5 that we had at the time for one of our first storms this year. So they handled a lot at the facility. 2023 budget summary. The budget was really conservative to account for normalization post our COVID event at just over $9.7 million. The budget was increased with a supplemental appropriation for jet fuel purchases. That increase was of $3.8 million, bringing the line item to about 7.5. So the revised 2023 budget was just over $13.5 million. Just to give you an update of where we are on our budget today, so as of the 24th of this month, revenues were about 16 million, expenses 9.7, and our certified cash reserves, actually that should say as of the 1st of July, I believe, was 8.8 million. A lot of the revenues that you see there for the 16 million is associated with grant reimbursement from a number of grants that we have received over the past couple of years from the federal government due to COVID. The proposed fiscal year 2024 budget is just over 11.9 million. It is $1.6 million or 11% decrease over the fiscal year 2023. The table to the right shows you what our top revenue and top expenses are. Jet fuel is at the top of the line for our revenue production, along with land leases for non-aviation land, such as WS Development and other vehicle parking that we provide to Steamship Authority, as well as Suffolk Construction now for working over at the hospital. We are providing them with parking. Renewable energy credits is our 20-acre solar array that we have at the airport that has really proven to be successful for the airport. It pays for our electricity that we use on the field. That includes all of our buildings, as well as our runways, taxiways, and airfield lighting. Rental car concessions, even with the dips that we have seen in our passenger activity over the past several years, we find that the rental cars are successful at the airport even without the increase of passenger activity at the airport. They are still quite strong. In fact, this past year, they've been very strong. But in my budget, I was conservative. Land lease rentals are aviation land lease rentals, so that's your hangar rentals, what Cape Air rents from us, Griffin Avionics, and others that are renting from the facility. And then landing fees for the aircraft that do come into the airport. The top expenses, as you can imagine, is jet fuel purchases for resale. Plus our salaries and wages, professional services such as our on-call engineers and our planners that assist the force of 25 run the airport, retirement, property, fire, and liability insurance, and airfield painting is something that we need to do year after year. It's getting more expensive to do that. We're probably at the tune of $250,000 a year to repaint our runways and taxiways. It makes sense. You want a pilot to be able to see the surface and see what they're landing on, so it makes sense to do those every year. Just to give you an example, for this budget, the Jet Fuel Cost Center has seen some significant swings since COVID. So as you can see in the graph on the lower right, we have had a gradual increase with our jet fuel sales. We have incentive programs for various entities that come to the airport on a regular basis with discounts for them on purchasing fuel. We've modified our fees for jet fuel, so we've seen a little bit of an increase there. But the bubble that we saw post-COVID, I think across the nation, they're starting to see that bubble is starting to pop. So we had a great year in fiscal year 2022 with 1.4 million gallons sold. We're starting to see that come back down to pre-COVID levels, normalizing itself, and that's happening across the nation. We're starting to see that corporate activity is starting to level out. Obviously, that means that jet fuel supplies and jet fuel sales are also leveling out. So again, the proposed budget at $11.9 million. I really took a conservative approach in all areas of our budget. I didn't want to overinflate anything. We used the budget to account for new tenants that had signed leases only. We've since signed other leases that are not included in this budget, which is great. But this budget accounts for only those signed leases for those new 10 or 20-year leases that we have with new tenants that have just been crafted. We've added fee generation anticipated for that new activity for those new tenants as well. Just a little bit more into the weeds with the proposed budget, just going over revenues. So similar to fiscal year 2023, what with jet fuel sales highlight the bulk of our revenue coming in. We are anticipating about 7.4 million, excuse me. That's taking into account the fluctuations that we've seen in the industry as well. We also were very conservative in other areas of our revenue, such as what we're receiving for airline fees and rates and charges, vehicle parking, other revenues that we're still depicting very marginal improvements, and we're also reflecting new operators and new tenants. So the bullet that I have there, are the highlights. Obviously, my budget has more detail, and I can answer any questions that you may have. But just to give you an example, landing fees over fiscal year 2023, we're showing an increase of about $40,000. That has a lot to do with new tenants, such as JetBlue adding an additional flight coming in, doing a LaGuardia flight as well as the JFK flight. So we're accounting for that in our landing fees. We're also increasing our landing fees. We've seen some new traction this year, especially with Cape Air increasing some of their flight activity at the airport, which is great, and that's what we're showing here on the revenue side. For car rental concessions, like I said, in 2022, we've really had a stellar year. In fact, our concessions from car rentals were over $625,000. I don't think we're going to see that again. So I was very conservative in what we would typically find in our revenue proposal for this year. So I looked at averages. What was our average prior to COVID? It's usually around the $350,000 to $400,000 range, and so that's where I kept us at. For vehicle parking, obviously we have some new vehicle parking leases that we have in place. That's accounting for about $15,000 extra dollars that we didn't anticipate, but now with those signed leases, we can do that. We have vehicle parking from HMI parking at the airport that has increased its size in what they're releasing from us. Obviously, Suffolk Construction is leasing from us for 3 years for vehicle parking, so that's added to our revenue as well. About $86,000 we're seeing in land and facility leases, again, with those new tenants. We've also had a lot of our leases that have reached their term limits, and so we've introduced new language that accounts for annual increases. Some of our older leases did not have annual increase, or they just had CPI increases. As you know, CPI over the past several years prior to this year, they were really low, if non-existent. So we've added in 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, so to ensure that the airport is keeping up with the times and making sure that our leases are sound. From the expense side, obviously we've normalized our jet fuel purchases for resale, so we've lowered that significantly. That has a lot to do with that $1.6 million budget reduction from 2023's fiscal year. We have resumed our 5 seasonal positions that we hire to help us with jet fuel sales, but also we've just hired an engineer that will be our student engineer that will be helping us with all of our projects that we have going on this year. They will assist our existing project manager. We've also increased the wages of our seasonal personnel, just as the town has with other seasonal positions such as lifeguards and other parking attendants that the town hires. We've seen about a 10% increase in healthcare. coverage, so that shows in our expenses. We've also seen some significant increases in our insurance premiums, and that has been accounted for in our expenses. We have many deferred COVID asset maintenance that we need to get back to. Some of that is replacement of windows in some of our buildings and sealants on some of our brick surfaces that we have in our buildings, just to maintain our assets and make sure they're still functioning properly. And we also have business plan goal development that we increased last year, and we're increasing again this year. It has proven successful for us. We've done more radio advertisement for our events that we're having, as well as our airlines that are operating out of the airport. We've also have advertised that a little bit more. We're getting more involved with the chamber and more involved with outreach, so we've increased that budget there as well. Just today, Matt told me that a gentleman came up to him yesterday. He booked a flight from Hyannis to LaGuardia, the new flight, and he did that because he heard it on the radio, and he didn't know we offered that service. I guess LaGuardia is about 6 miles away from his family members in New York, and so he ended up booking through us, and he heard it through our advertisement. So we're happy to hear that the advertisements are doing well for the airport. Just to give you a glimpse of where we are in grant funding, I put this slide up there because we all know that when we're thinking about the budget, we can't lose sight of the fact that these grants are going to have a sunset. They have a period of performance that expires. We need to be prepared for that. The airport, obviously, over the last 5 years, has been working on its business plan. We've been able to develop and implement a lot of the plans within our business plan. We put in a brand new road, Mary Dunn Way, an extension to access the east side of the airport. That was done over the past 5 years. We've changed our name to Cape Cod Gateway Airport. We have opened up the doors for more community events. And all of this is proving to be successful for the airport. But you have to put in that legwork so that when you look at grant funds that are going to sunset, you have another plan for the future. We will be updating our airport business plan. It's been 5 years since we started that business plan. It's time for an update. Like I said, we've completed a lot of the work in that update, but it's time to refresh that and to see where the next direction is for the airport. $22 million for grant allocation is wonderful for the airport. It's enabled us to do some of the projects that normally we wouldn't be able to do with FAA grant funding or state grant funding. So we were able to implement a lot of our business plan goals through the grant allocations that we have received. Any questions or comments?
This is actually a public hearing, so first we'll ask if anyone who's here tonight would like to ask a question or be part of the discussion. And seeing no one in the hearing room, I'll ask about Zoomland. We have no one there. So I'll close the public hearing then. Are there any questions, I should say? Councillor Schnapp?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you for the presentation, Katie. Big article today on the landing on the Cape Cod Times. Is that revenue anywhere in your budget?
It is in our budget. So the revenue right now for WS Development is just over $1.2 million as of this year. Once they start receiving more subleases with future tenants, we will get 3% of gross of that. So we do have estimates of what that might look like, but right now they're just strictly paying for the tenants that are there. They're paying their existing ground lease that they have, which is just over $70,000. Plus the additional lease that they have in place with us now, that's just over $1 million. So that will increase through the years, dependent on the gross revenue sales that they receive from their subtenants.
Okay. So I didn't see that in your presentation. Did you just not break that out?
I didn't break it out. I tried to highlight, most of the changes that we're seeing between one fiscal year to the next. But just to give you an idea, WS Development falls into a category of non-aviation revenue that we're receiving for the airport. It's very important for us to diversify that revenue. We've actually put it in our business plan. We've been successful in adding new non-aviation tenants. WS Development is one of them. So of our budget, Overall, about $3.2 million is associated with non-aviation revenue, tenants' revenue, and then the vast majority of the other revenue is coming from the aviation sector. We'd like to normalize that out. So if you were to look at fiscal year 2022, which is the most current up-to-date data for our fiscal year, the revenues that were coming in from our aviation sectors were about 86%. The revenues coming in is 16% for the non-aviation revenues. We'd like to increase that so it's closer to 20 or 30% of non-aviation revenues to help the airport in case there are more fluctuations with the aviation market.
Okay. Question on I guess the private and corporate flights are the primary users of the jet fuel. Do commercial airlines also purchase their fuel at the airport?
They do. JetBlue purchases very little jet fuel from us. Cape Air, they take avgas, so they're not purchasing jet fuel from us. They are supplied avgas through Griffin Avionics. And then the vast majority of our customers are corporate aircraft that utilize the facility.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Lodke.
Thank you, Vice President Cullum. Thank you, Katie. Two questions. One, similar to what Paula was asking. Does JetBlue, do they ferry their fuel in, or what do they do?
So JetBlue in New York, they have, like most airlines, they probably purchase their own fuel. They have a contract with a fueling company. It allows them for deeper discounts. So typically, we can't supply enough of a discount for them to take on fuel. So usually, we're kind of the last resort for them when they come into the airfield. They take very small amounts on a regular basis from the airport, which is unfortunate. We just can't seem to meet what they're getting over in New York. So.
Well, it is such a short flight for them that I would think they could ferry their fuel very easily. So.
Yes.
The other part, you talked about the incentive program for customers. Could you go into a little more detail? You talked about it in the context of fuel. Are you incentivizing customers to buy the fuel, or how does that program, is it like a punch card? I don't know. What is it?
So for before I was here, I've been here for 8.5 years, Bud Brielt, the former airport manager, started a discount fuel program. And the discount fuel program is based on a tiered system, which incentivizes a entity to contract with us for a certain level of fuel that they might purchase at the airport. So to give you an example, we have Everest Fuel, which purchases fuel, corporate aviation. They purchase fuel on a regular basis from us. Their uplift that they anticipate that they will get over the year is 500,000 gallons. So because of that uplift that they think they will get, they get a certain discount off of the dollar amount for fuel per gallon. So their discount right now is $1.10. That's the discount that they get off of the fuel cost at the airport. We are still allowed, we still monitor where we're at in comparison to other airports. So we're still profitable in our jet fuel center by still offering these incentives. We're still much cheaper than some of the other larger airports, and definitely much cheaper than the New York airports. But we're in alignment pretty much with Martha's Vineyard and with Nantucket for our rates.
So are you taking business from Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket with this incentive? Do they have an incentive like that? I'm just curious.
So they have different incentives. I don't know exactly what they have in place. I wouldn't say we're taking a market away from them. I think that what happens oftentimes is you'll find that the corporate passengers that are coming to Hyannis have homes around Hyannis. The corporate passengers that are going to the Vineyard or Nantucket have homes in that area. The only time we'll see an aircraft that's transitioning back to us typically is because we have good rates or we have availability for parking. As you know, on the Vineyard in Nantucket, they get very constrained. They have a lot of commercial flights and activity, so their parking actually gets constrained. So oftentimes aircraft will ferry back to Hyannis, park there for the weekend. We have plenty of room, and then they'll get fuel while they're here, and then they'll go back and pick up their customers.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. That explains it better. Thank you.
Anyone else to my right have a question for Manager Service? No, to my left. Seeing none then, thank you very much for coming in and giving us your budget. It's always exciting to see what's happening at the Kmart, the old Kmart Plaza, the Landing now. It was great to read that today in the paper. It's very exciting to see how you guys are pushing things in a new direction and connecting with the community. I appreciate that a lot.
Thank you.
So seeing none, we can move this to a vote. This is a roll call majority vote of the full council. Town clerk?
Councilors Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapgrassetti,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
That is 10 yes, it passes.
Thank you.
So I have to say that I made a mistake. There's one other item that I wanted to take care of so that Mr. Lee could wrap it up tonight. And thank you, Councilor Rapgrassetti, for pointing it out. So actually, Councilor Ludke, could you please read in 2023-176, please? Thank you. 176. I apologize for that. I was trying to get it all done, but in my haste.
Okay, this is 2023-176. It's old business for a public hearing with a roll call majority vote, full council. Appropriation order of the following sums of the annual revenues of the Community Preservation Fund be set aside for further appropriation and expenditure for the following purposes. $503,390 for open space and recreation, $503,390 for historic resources, $503,390 for community housing, $3,017,000, or is that, no, sorry, 3,000, no, it is 3 million, sorry, $3,017,456 for a budget reserve, and that the sum of $200,000 be appropriated from the annual revenues of the Community Preservation Fund for the administrative expenses of the Community Preservation Committee.
Second.
Thank you very much. And we have Mark Milne, Director of Finance, here to explain it to us. And we have Tom Lee, the man of the hour, in the back of the room. Sorry about that oversight.
Thank you, Vice President Cullum. So next year, for fiscal year '24, we're estimating about $4.2 million in surtaxes from the Community Preservation Fund and a 20% state match, or about little over $800,000. That gives us just over $5 million of estimated revenue for fiscal year '24. The statutes require us to set aside at least 10% of that revenue for 3 categories: open space recreation, historic preservation and community housing, and then we have land bank debt service, which has already been appropriated, and the Community Preservation Committee administration budget of $200,000. That includes 1 full-time staff member with benefits, as well as some funding to help in the event that they have to conduct appraisals, title searches, studies, for example. And we've spent about $130,000 to date out of the $200,000 budget for '23. Expect to return about $70,000 at the end of the fiscal year. And the remaining budget reserve of just over $3 million can be spent in any one of these 3 categories. So it's unrestricted, basically. That's it. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions of Director Milne on my left? No?
Public hearing.
It's a public hearing. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to it? Anyone in Zoom land? Perfect. No one over here? How about over here? Okay. Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mark, what is the total reserve for the CPC Preservation Fund?
Right now, they have about $8 million in total reserve.
$8 million, okay. And that land bank debt service was a portion of the other item that we just
Appropriation.
passed, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on this side? No? Okay, well, seeing none, this is, I'll close the, I already closed the public hearing. We'll put this to a vote then. I'm sorry, I'm a mess tonight. This is a roll call majority vote of the full council. Town clerk and clerk, please.
Councilors Cusack,
Yes.
Rapgrassetti,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
That passes 10 yes.
Excellent. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to open and continue item 2023-156 as written to a public hearing to be held at the Town Council meeting on June 15th, 2023.
So moved.
Great. All those in favor then of moving this item, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. We'll see schools next time. So here we are at item 2023-157. Councillor Shaughnessy, could you read it for us, please?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is old business, subject to a public hearing, roll call majority vote of the full council. This is item number 2023-157, appropriation order in the amount of $17,097,520 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Barnstable Police Department budget, as read.
Thank you. And here we have Chief Sonnabend and Ann Spillane to walk us through. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Vice President, members of the council. Chief Sonnabend again, joined by the wonderful Ann Spillane. Say hello, Ann.
Good evening, everybody.
Here we are to discuss our FY24 police budget. Before we get started, as you can see from the very first slide, we are moving away from the blue and white classic police cruiser for this year. Will it return? I don't know, but we will get into that discussion as we discuss some of the challenges that we have actually faced with developing the budget and obtaining vehicles at this point. So some of the current challenges that we've been facing in the Barnstable Police Department over the past year, state mandated requirements. As you know, we came before the council a little while ago looking to move some money from vacancy savings into our operating budget to cover some of the state mandated costs, new state mandated on training. One of the big things was 4 new hours of additional taser training that we're going to have to recertify every officer every year from now on, 4 hours, an additional 4 hours that we have to provide. Another additional training requirement that came down in the middle of the fiscal year last year was 4 additional hours of firearms training. So we're required to provide 8 hours of firearms training for every officer, but we're not allowed to provide that 8 hours of training in one block. It must be provided 6 months apart. So we have to do 1 training of 4 hours in the fall, 1 training of 4 hours in the spring, which also increases, you have to buy more ammunition, you have to buy more targets, and in our case, because we don't have a local range anymore right now, we have to rent a facility and compete with other agencies to rent those facilities. So those things do have impacts on our budget and our projection, especially training and operating costs down the road. One of the other things that we do deal with on a regular basis is post. Although there is an established law on post saying what it does, what its accomplishments are, what it's supposed to do, and how it affects our hiring and everything else, there's still a lot of things that they're developing from time to time. For instance, one of the things that came up today, we require psychological testing for all the officers that we hire. We are a civil service police department. Civil service spells out those standards about how that psychological testing will occur. However, post also mandates now for every police department, civil service or non-civil service, you must complete psychological testing, but they have yet to actually spell out what you have to do to complete that testing or what that testing is composed of. So with items like that go on through the year, as they're moving forward, they're creating new standards, creating new CMRs and things like that. So stuff comes down during the year where we have to adjust and tack, as you say, to accomplish what they're looking for. So we get very little notice sometimes about what they're actually going to do. One of the things that we are doing right now with post that we get involved with every year is the recertification of 1/3 of the police department. The alphabet has been broken down into thirds. We are in the middle third this year that must be recertified by the end of the month next year. We're in the middle of accomplishing that right now. Officers complete questionnaires. We must make sure that they have completed all their mandated training, certify all that back to post, and then the officers get recertified. Personnel, the biggest challenge that we are facing right now, I know all the other town departments are facing it as well. We're in the unique position that we just can't hire somebody off the street and put them to work within a week or two. They have to attend a 22-week academy. There's multiple weeks of background investigations, interviews, and things like that. And then even after they graduate that 22-week academy, there are 3 or 4 months of field training and things like that before they're actually certified and get out there and working. So for example, right now we have 12 current actual vacancies that are not filled. We have 3 people in the academy, so that means there's 15 people right now that are on the road. And with adding in injuries, maternity leaves, other things that come up where officers are not available currently today, we have 25 officers that are not available working out of the 118 that were assigned. What does that do? That affects the number of officers that we have out there on the road every day doing traffic details, beach details, patrolling in sectors, in your villages and everything else like that. Those are the challenges we're facing right now. We just completed a hiring process for an academy in August. We went through roughly 500 names from civil service, and we obtained 1 candidate. So those are the challenges that we're seeing. Not only are we seeing a decrease in the number of people applying for the job, we're seeing a decrease in the number of qualified people applying for the job. We are also seeing an increase of people that decide in the process that this perhaps isn't the career for them, and they drop out. We had 3 or 4 people drop out of this process for this one academy that we're looking at right now, so we ended up with 1. So it wasn't all about washing them out in the process. Some people just resigned. Our FY24 budget. FY23 was $16,585,663. We are proposing $17,097,520 for FY24, which is a 3.09 increase, or $511,857 over last year's budget. The big items that we are proposing purchase this year: vehicles, $577,500. IT, continuing our IT managed services, $433,318. Training of police personnel, $287,885, and an increase to the overtime budget to keep pace with COLA and other things, $32,000. My mistake, too many button presses. Vehicles at $577,500. Vehicles have been a very hard item to come across. I know the other departments, and particularly DPW, that are vehicle dependent are seeing the same thing. This is the first year. 2023 is the first year in 3 years we've actually gotten new vehicles at the department. 2020 was the last model year that we got brand new vehicles. What influenced that? COVID, obviously, supply chain issues, other factors that come in. We've ordered vehicles, we've encumbered the money, but the vehicles don't show up. Our vendors will notify us that they don't have any vehicles, the factories didn't send them, they got given to larger agencies, whatever have you. They just were not available for a wide variety of reasons. Specifically hybrid vehicles. We'd ordered hybrid vehicles to start integrating them into our fleet. We're told that we're not going to see any for probably a couple of years. Why? The state police had ordered numerous hybrid vehicles for their fleet, and a lot of them failed, need to be returned, so the newer ones that were coming in were getting recycled back to the state police to make up to the ones that they lost. Other agencies are not seeing these vehicles either. We're also being told that as far as the hybrid vehicles go, for use as an administrative vehicle or driving on normal driving conditions, they're pretty good. But as far as keeping up with the demands of, as far as keeping up with the demands of a patrol fleet, they're probably a couple of years behind right now on the reliability of those vehicles. Buying the hybrid vehicles would also necessitate some improvements to our garage and facilities in order to maintain those vehicles. So those are a couple of things that factor into it. With the increase of the vehicles, some of the things that we've been seeing with the increase of the vehicles, you'll notice that the vehicle that we were showing there was a Chevy Tahoe. We have long time driven the Ford product. We are using the Ford Explorers right now. What we've seen is a trend with the Ford product. They've raised the prices of the Explorers, the gas versions, to match the price municipally for the hybrid vehicle. So they're both the same price, which is about $3,000 to $4,000 more than the Chevy Tahoe. And they're also not available. We wouldn't see any of them until probably September or maybe even a little bit later is what we're being told right now. Another side of this, with the cost increase of vehicles, is the change in color scheme that we were talking about. The state law changed this year so that any vehicle that is painted must be painted to factory specifications, triple coat paint. We used to pay $1,600 to get our blue and white paint job with a single layer of paint and whatever. Change to triple coat paint, that raised the price of that paint job per car to $4,800. So to paint 6 vehicles that we ordered this year, you're looking at approximately $25,000 just in paint costs. Next year, that's projected to go up to about $5,500 per vehicle. So if we get 6 vehicles, you're looking at about $30,000 just in paint. So what did we do? We looked at the different options that we have, and we went to a wrap. That is a black vehicle with a wrap on the door. So that wrap costs about $1,800 versus the cost of the $4,800 cost of the paint. The other issue you're going to see is with vehicle repairs. We're also projecting that could cost a reflection in the repairs of vehicles that when vehicles are damaged and new paint is supposed to be applied. That law also applies to that cost as well. So we could see a projection of an increase in some of your repair costs going on. And so you can thank your legislature for the increase on that one, but there we go. What we've also seen is an increase in the equipment for the vehicles. And right here we're talking about the MDTs. An MDT, or a mobile data terminal, or a computer in a vehicle, right now costs about $4,000 just for the computer. What we're proposing to do this year is we're going to purchase refurbished MDTs at a cost of $400 per unit, and they do come with a warranty. They do work. We have our IT department going through them right now, and if they service us for $3,600 or less per vehicle, then we're going to take that option. So those are some of the things that we have done to look at mitigating the cost of some of these paint costs, or some of the paint costs, some of the vehicle costs. Right now, I'd mentioned that this is the first year we're going to be getting some new vehicles. The last couple of years, we had encumbered the money. We had ordered vehicles. So that led to about, right now, we have $850,000 encumbered from previous years. We've been working with finance and with other departments in the town. So we are looking at 13 brand-new vehicles coming in over the next couple of weeks. So we are getting those vehicles. It's just the supply chain and even finding them. At one point, we were working with procurement to get vehicles out of Long Island, New York. That's how far away we went to try and find vehicles. Didn't work out. We ended up finding some here eventually, but those are some of the struggles that we've been dealing with this year. IT managed services for $433,318. IT is the central nervous system of the police department. It really is the central nervous system of probably just about any town department right now. You can't do anything without IT. You can't communicate, you can't record keep, you can't serve the public. The town itself has moved to a lot of online platforms in order to provide different things to the public, stickers and different programs and different things. Zoom, the proliferation of Zoom, being able to participate in meetings and everything else. So IT touches a lot of our daily aspects and lives. And for us in particular, they're in our vehicles, they're in our 911 dispatch center. In our systems, they can't fail. We can't lose our 911 center because we have bad IT. We have to make sure that our IT works. Also with that comes is the fact that your IT has to be resilient and robust. You've seen of all the different scams and everything else that are going around out there, or hackings that happen, and people's personal information gets taken and it leads to someone getting scammed somehow, or fraudulent, different things going on. Imagine the amount of personal information that we have stored on our databases at the police department. So we have to make sure not only does it work well for the people that work inside the department and we can be able to provide reports, but we have to be able to protect that information of the public we serve, whose information we have on our databases. So those are big factors that come into this. And part of this these IT purchases that we're looking at, this will continue a lease that we have to improve the infrastructure inside the department, new wiring, getting some new computers and whatnot. This is part of a program that started last year. We're also purchasing, getting MS365 for up to 200 users, so everyone in the department will be up to on Microsoft 365, Barracuda email protection, multi-factor authentication processes to protect our databases, on-site technician working 40 hours a week, a remote help desk available 24/7, 365. So when we don't have someone physically in the building, we have someone we can always contact by phone and can work remotely with us to repair our issues. And we're also obtaining asset tags for our higher value items so that we can inventory and track the items that we do have and have spent money on within the department. And training. It's no secret that modern policing has really changed a lot, and having well-trained personnel is vital in this day and age to be able to provide good police service. Increasingly, calls have become more complex. We're dealing with a lot of different factors out in the community, mental health, substance abuse, and things that we really didn't see a lot of times. We're also seeing constantly changing laws and evolving landscape there. And the officers that we're sending out and the dispatchers that are working in our call centers need to be properly trained to be able to know what they can and cannot do at any given moment. Our supervisors have to be properly trained in order to provide the service and make sure our officers are there providing the service that we're supposed to be providing and oversee these people and to provide them with the guidance that they need to accomplish their jobs. So with this also covers some of these new state mandates we were talking about the additional firearms training, the additional taser training that must be required. This requires taking officers off a shift, going to attend classes. We do a lot of our own teaching in-house. We have instructors for tasers and firearms and CPR and medical stuff in the department, so we do provide a lot of training in-house ourselves instead of sending people to other departments to get training. But sometimes it does necessitate going to different places to get properly certified, maintain those certifications, and attending bigger trainings in other places. Right now, this also covers the 40 hours of mandated in-service training that each officer is supposed to receive. The state provides 24 hours of that training, but the department is expected to pick up the other 16 hours of that training. So when we typically do our training, a lot of it is online, provided by the state at no charge to the department. Officers do it a lot of times off their shift or whatever, so we use that to try and minimize some of the costs. But still, that's only 24 hours out of the 40 that we're required to provide. The other 16 hours we're supposed to pick up and provide. It can be a variety of different subjects over the year. The other thing we have to provide now with the post certifications and the change in the state law is all our school resource officers have to be certified, and they all attend national certifications provided here in the state to make sure that they are properly certified as school resource officers. We also provide, again, the certifications for our detectives and forensics people to make sure they can do their jobs and continue to do the sensitive investigations that they need to. And grant funding. We also actively pursue grant funding to offset the costs and to provide additional things that may be outside of our budget or different things that we're looking for long term. Currently, we receive about $770,479 in active grants that we have. These grants include the Burn Grant, community block development grants for our CSOs, emergency management performance grants for our drones and other things. We've used them for radios in the past. DMH jail diversion component grant, which helps provide our CIU, our community crisis intervention training, our summer CSOs training in our fall session for our CSOs, overtime and outreach for stakeholder meetings for different things that we hold within the public. It also provides, a DMH jail diversion grant, co-response grant, which funds our full-time clinician that rides around with officers to respond in real time to mental health crisis calls. Currently, we also have grants in process, $250,000 for a COPS grant. This is to provide 2 additional personnel to raise our FTEs, but that's in the process right now. We're working with finance to process that. That is out there. We have not received word back on that yet, but that would provide $250,000 back to the town to offset the costs of hiring some new officers for 3 years. We are also currently working with the towns of Yarmouth and Sandwich on a regional emergency communication center. Right now, we've already gone through the first phase of that with the Collins Center. They developed a feasibility study for us. We have submitted a grant to the state for $850,000 to do the design and concepts for the actual facility, which right now is proposed to be built in the town of Barnstable and be hosted by the town of Barnstable. Once we get word back on that grant, I'll be back before you again to provide you a further update on what's going on with that. But the department does actively go out there and pursue different grants to cover different costs to provide different services and supplement to our budget. At this time, I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's a very challenging job you have and all your officers, and we appreciate you. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to ask any or speak to the item at all, please speak up. Seeing no one, anyone on Zoom? There is no one on Zoom, so we have some time for some questions. I guess I'll go to my right first. Paula, let me guess.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And thank you, Chief Sonneman, and for putting this together. Quick question, POST.
Mm-hmm.
You probably know it by heart, but could you tell me what that acronym is?
Police Officer Standards and Training.
And was that the result of the reform bill that was passed in 2020?
It is the reform bill.
Okay.
It's Chapter 6E, Mass General Law, Chapter 6E, and it's commonly referred to as POST. It's POST in other states. There are other states that have a POST commission, and what they do is they set standards for training, they set standards for hiring, and everything else, and then they certify each officer. Each officer now has a certification number or an identifier, and you can, eventually, you're going to be able to look up all your information about any police officer in the state of Massachusetts online. Find out complaints, training, everything.
Does the certification take place online? Do you do tests? Is that how that works? Or is it just that hours spent in the classroom?
So it's actually broken down into several phases. First, anybody that we hire, before we can hire them, they have to complete a questionnaire, and they have to be, in addition to our background investigations and interviews, they have to be screened and interviewed by POST. POST will then determine, while they're in the academy, generally, they'll then determine that, yes, this person is suitable to be a police officer. Then they are allowed to be certified. The academy completes their initial certification. They receive their certification, their POST number, and then they're out in the community. But then after that, every year, 1/3 of the alphabet gets certified. In order to achieve your certification, you must complete 3 years worth of your mandated trainings. You're basically, you're in service or anything else the POST comes out with and says you have to complete as part of your certification program. You have 3 years to actually complete the full bill. So it's like 120 hours that you have to complete. Once your time comes around to be certified, you again you come before us. There's a small questionnaire you complete. We look at your training. We upload that into a computer that goes right to POST. They have access to it anyway. So they see that you've been checking the marks and you've been making all of your proper classes that you're supposed to get. And at the end of that, the police chief in the city or community has a chance to say, yes, I attest to this person. I do certify that they're good to go to be a police officer, or no, they're not. And once they're said yes to be go, then they're recertified and they go on for another 3 years.
What happens if someone doesn't make the mark? Is that a possibility?
It could be a possibility, and there could be a variety of reasons why somebody doesn't. They get either discipline or they don't make their training, and that could happen.
Okay. On a different note, you currently have one FTE for a mental health clinician that is available, or is it a little bit more than that?
Well, they're actually not our employee. They're employed by, this person is employed by Bay Cove, I believe, correct? No. Yes, Bay Cove. DMH provides the money. They give us the money. Bay Cove hires them as their employee, and we reimburse Bay Cove out of the DMH money we get. We have one full-timer, and we have one part-timer. The part-timer started with the CIU. We'd had them for a couple of years. Currently, our part-timer has gone, so we're trying to rehire another part-timer, but we have 1.5.
Well, July 1st, we'll be posting for a second.
Could you just speak into the microphone, Ann, please? Thank you.
Speak into the mic.
July 1st, we'll be posting for a second clinician using earmark money that we have to kind of offset the hours of the full-time clinician that we already have. And they'll have kind of an interchange, so we'll have more hours covered of a clinician.
Is this an area that more would be better? Or do you feel like that's a sufficient coverage for the force?
It comes and goes. There are days when you could use more than one, and then there's days when one is way more than enough. But generally, what we're seeing now is the one that we have out there right now responds to calls in real time and goes out there. But what we're seeing with the second one is someone that's going to need to be there to do follow-ups. Because even if we had some days, even we had a couple of them out there riding around, there are just more calls than they could even possibly go to. Because these calls do get pretty involved and can take some time to resolve. You could be there for a while. In meantime, other calls are coming in. So that creates a backlog of maybe referrals that need to be done, follow-ups that need to be done, and that's what we're going to try and target with this next clinician.
So you're also providing police presence when the crisis intervention team, like DMH, has to go out and do a section, or, I mean, so so sometimes the police are involved with other mental health workers that aren't part of the force, right?
Yeah, if they call us and if they're requesting our presence to be there, otherwise we might not know that they're necessarily out there doing. If they call and let us know, what we do is the clinician comes with us. The officers make sure the scene is safe and appropriate for them to approach, and then they approach the individual after the officer has made the scene safe.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Ledke.
Thank you, Vice President Cullum. A couple questions. On the online training, you said your officers have the opportunity to do either on duty or off duty. Are they compensated for that time for that training, or how does?
If we have enough people working during the day, then they can do it while they're at work, so they get their regular shift pay. But if they have to do it in any time other than the normal hours of duty, they would get overtime to do it. Yes, they get compensated.
Okay, and because 24 hours is from the state, does the state give you extra money to pay them for their portion of that? You said you had 24 hours.
No, what they do is
provided by the state.
There's 40 hours,
Right.
40 hours of in-service that you have to complete. The state provides 24 hours of training. So they provide 24 hours basically worth of videos and instruction that's available virtually and online. Or you can attend it. They stopped it during COVID. They brought it back recently where you could attend it live and in person if you wanted to. You could go to Plymouth or you could go to Yarmouth sometimes, and you could sit in a physical class and you could go be there physically for the class. We've been doing the virtual online training because it's more amenable to the hours of the officers'
Right.
work. They can do it whenever they have the opportunity.
Okay. And then is there still a program through the Barnstable High School where they have kind of a lead into police work? I just remember my son and some of his friends speaking about it. I don't know if it exists or not, but there was like a program at the school that would kind of help people move towards this as a career. Is that still going on?
Yeah, the school resource officers do provide classes and stuff like that within the schools. It's almost like a citizens police academy, but it's in the school. It's evolved and changed over the years. I know Detective Reed Hall, who a few of you are familiar with, used to provide the class, used to be a full-time class.
Do you find you get a certain percentage of, quote, homegrown recruits, or no?
We do. We've seen a decline in it recently over the years because, unfortunately, we were just having a conversation about this the other day, that the housing affects a lot of this. A lot of you kids you see now, the big problem we have is kids graduate when they're 18, they go off to college, they go off to wherever, and then they get involved in other things. So unless they stay with it at college, then they come back. But then coming back and finding a place to live can be challenging. It really can. Housing has become an issue.
Right. Okay, and then the last thing is, when you get somebody, like you said, some people are dropping out in the academy, but when they come and they get on the force and then they say, hey, this just isn't for me, do you have like a period they have to sign up for, or they can walk away anytime, no questions asked?
They could walk away at any time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ledke. Anyone else? Councillor Starr.
Thank you. I just had one question along the same line as Councillor Schnepp, that it seems that it's easier to hire a clinician than a police recruit. Police, but
It was difficult finding a clinician, the right kind of people. Let's be honest, you need the right kind of person to ride in a police car and go to someone's house under stress. And finding the right kind of people that even want to do that can be challenging. So it took us a little while to find it takes us a little bit of a while to find the right clinicians to be able to do it.
But we also, they're hired actually by Bay Cove. They're Bay Cove employees, and the grant pays for, we pay Bay Cove for that clinician that they hired. They also then get supervision through Bay Cove. That's also paid for through the grant. So Bay Cove is, has a lot more knowledge and expertise and ability to recruit people and find them. So that's very helpful.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. Anyone to my left? Councillor Cusack, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Chief, thank you for the presentation. Two quick questions just in regards to the trends that you might be seeing. In regards to, we had 500 folks, it got whittled down to one. Maybe you could characterize the trends that you're seeing in the applicant pool. Is it mental? Is it psychological? And then my second question would be, what about the hybrid vehicles are you finding that makes it not a good fit for the patrol portion of your work? Thank you.
As far as the patrol portion of the work, the reliability of the vehicle really hasn't been there. The last model year they produced, there was a lot of lemons, and a lot of them got returned. And we didn't even get the opportunity to get them because other agencies, larger agencies, had purchased a lot of them up, thinking that they'd be a great complement to their fleet. Then the other portion of this was COVID, and the shortage in the supply chain of microchips and things like that to produce the electric vehicles just were short. There was just a large shortage of them. So. And right now we're being told by the vendors that you're probably a year or two off before you're actually going to see a really good patrol-type vehicle if you're going to be out there every day driving it around. With us, like the state police, you get assigned a cruiser. It's just that one officer drives that cruiser for a while, so the mileage stays a little bit lower. With us, one car could be driving 24 hours a day for several days. So the wear and tear on the vehicle, and then the maintenance and upkeep of the vehicle. Your mechanics have to be properly trained and things like that. You have to buy some additional equipment and be able to service the vehicles and things like that. So there are a couple of challenges to it. It's not something that we've closed the door to. It's just we need to find the right vehicle at the right cost to make it where we can get enough vehicles to make an impact too. And then the trends in the hiring that you're talking about, it's just changed. The demographics have changed. What people expect when they get hired nowadays is a little different than, maybe when I started, where you wanted to come to work, you do the job. I wouldn't say for free, but you'd work a lot more. And it's just there's a value. Maybe not so much on the money anymore, as opposed to the time off, the being able to have holidays and weekends and nights off, things that generally a police career doesn't give you for a while. You're working on nights and weekends and holidays. You're at the bottom of the apple barrel. You get the bottom of the pick and everything else. You got to work your way up in seniority. And a lot of people don't want to do that now. Or in some regards, you mentioned physical fitness and mental and the psychological. We haven't really been seeing anybody wash out for psychological reasons, but physical reasons, physical fitness. People are not as physically fit as they used to be. Right now, there's a big debate going on in the state to lower the entry standards for physical fitness. I'm not necessarily in favor of that because you start lowering your physical fitness standards, you are lowering the long-term viability of that person on the job. This job is already stressful enough. It has enough physical challenges where if you're not physically fit enough or can't keep yourself physically fit enough to remain on this job, you're looking at a long and unhealthy career. It could also invite other problems because quite honestly, there are physical challenges to this job where you may have to wrestle around with somebody or deal with people who don't want to do what you want to do. And people get hurt if you're not physically fit, yourself or others. So we've seen a decline in physical fitness, and that's pretty much it. Yep.
Anyone else to my left? No? I actually have a question. I wondered how many, if you've heard any feedback about our benefits at all as a reason why people are deterred from coming to Barnstable.
It's more of a deterrent for lateral transfers right now. I mean, new hires, they might not know any better necessarily about what's out there, but, someone coming from another community that is 90-10 or whatever it might be takes a look at it.
Yeah.
And if they got a choice where they don't have to come somewhere, they
Right.
pick and choose.
Right. And then one other quick question is, I wondered if there's any collaboration at all with the new sheriff's department at all for training programs. Have you guys thought about combining things if you have similar licensure requirements?
We don't have similar licensure requirements too much, but we do, through the Cape Cod Regional Law Enforcement Council, we do collaborate with the sheriff's department. They do train with us, especially on the SWAT team, the crisis negotiators and things like that. They attend our training, we attend their training. And I actually just gave the sheriff a call the other day to collaborate on something, if it's something that they can, in their wheelhouse, or if they have an opportunity to work with us on.
Well, thank you very much. I know, I think I can speak. Oh, Paula has something to say when I'm done. I thank you so much for your devotion to our community and for keeping us safe. I know that things are violent, and we ask you to execute at the highest level of effectiveness. And I think it's a really stressful job. So I thank you for your service and all your people. Councillor Schnapp.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to follow up on one of your slides. You talked about the regional, statewide or regional 911 dispatch
Regional
with
Communications
Sandwich
Center.
and
Mhm.
Yarmouth. And I know this probably is over 10 years ago. There used to be kind of a Cape Cod that the sheriff's office, the whole thing with 911 and who does what.
The sheriff's office does maintain a communication center. They primarily dispatch for fire departments, smaller fire departments. So like what Barnstable and West Barnstable, they go through the sheriff's department. What this refers to is what they're called PSAPs in the state, where they're primary public safety answering points. We're a PSAP. The Barnstable Police Department is a PSAP for the town of Barnstable. And what this does is this encourages bringing together one or more PSAPs to form a regional dispatch to provide both police and fire dispatching services. And then what the state does is they subsidize those communication center. We receive subsidies from the state that basically pay for our dispatchers' salaries and training and things like that. It gets mentioned every once in a while. There's training and incentive grants. If you join a regional communication center, the state increases those funding sources significantly, more so than you would get as an individual community. So you have the opportunity to see larger return from the state in funding sources to provide those services. That's one of the greater impetuses for doing something like this.
Doesn't our police department dispatch coordinate with the Hyannis Fire? Didn't we merge those functions and add dispatch staff a couple of years ago?
Yes, we do. We currently have 15 dispatchers, and we do dispatch for the Hyannis Fire Department, and that's going great. But that's the basic model that this would be, except you're bringing in other communities.
We have 3 dispatch positions that are funded by Hyannis Fire. It's a cooperative effort. It's worked well.
Anything else? Okay, good. A little bird told me I might have forgotten to close the public hearing, so I'm doing that right now. It's closed. Just in case. Thank you, Chief Sonnabend. Thank you, Ann Spillane, for all you do for our community. Yep.
Very much.
And I think we can move this to a vote. Item 2023-157.
Counselors. Where am I? Rep. Grissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. I think I'm on Councillor Schnapp, right? Councillor Schnapp, could you please read in 2023-158?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item number 2023-158, appropriation order in the amount of $2,327,810 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Planning and Development Department budget.
Second.
Welcome, Elizabeth Jenkins.
Thank you. Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development, to present our FY24 operating budget. Just an overview of the department. The Planning and Development Department is comprised of 6 different programs. And the overall mission of the department is to preserve the character of the 7 villages and improve the quality of life for town residents by developing and implementing comprehensive land use strategies, while promoting consistent, current, and sustainable community and economic development practices through a commitment to citizen engagement and the interdisciplinary coordination of municipal departments. And to that end, I'd just like to take a moment to thank and acknowledge the tremendous staff we have in planning and development. I think hopefully you all recognize that we're exceptionally well staffed now with a tremendous capacity, as well as all of my fellow department heads. A lot of the work we do in planning and development crosses across those boundaries. So thank you to them all for their collaboration and support. Planning and Development Department budget, as stated, $2,063,615. We make about 1.18 of the percent of the total general fund budget, and we are primarily funded through tax revenue. Changes to the budget, the fiscal year 24 planning and development budget, we do have an increase of 5.62% this year, largely attributable to 2 factors. The shift from 1 FTE, which is our grants coordinator position, originally funded starting in July 2022 through ARPA, moving over into full-time staff, as well as a significant amount of that percentage being normal contractual obligations to our current staff. We also see a nominal increase in our conservation operating budget to be able to provide continued maintenance to a circulator we have in Schoolhouse Pond that fights cyanobacteria. FY24 program highlights, and a lot of these are FY23 accomplishments as well, but certainly they roll over year after year. The hallmark of our work over the past few months has been our efforts to update our local comprehensive plan and really the extensive village outreach that we did as part of this phase 1 process. Again, the initial process being to build the foundation of that plan through our vision statement and existing conditions. So I do encourage you all, we're at a sort of a pivotal moment with the adoption of the potential adoption of this proposed vision statement for our LCP. And I will be here next time talking about what the next phase of this process looks like. But I think an excellent process that's engaging our citizens in the future land use of our town so far. Our comprehensive planning program in the last fiscal year updated our hazard mitigation plan, as well as brought almost to completion adoption of our Complete Streets Priority Plan. Made some significant movements in zoning for housing, supported the town council in their affirmative votes of a comprehensive rezoning of downtown Hyannis Growth Incentive Zone, of course, to support mixed use and multifamily zoning, as well as amending the shopping center overlay district over at the Cape Cod Mall. Our economic development program, certainly the highlight of fiscal year 23 and going forward for the next 3 years is the successfully securing full-time designation for Hyannis as a transformative development initiative district. This is certainly sort of very unique access to resources and technical assistance through the state, and an opportunity that we have used to provide direct assistance to small businesses in our community. Through our permit coordinator, we've transitioned really the majority of new business contact through a single point of contact and through an online permitting system in town, including our site plan review process, home occupation, and business certificates. And planning and development continues to support town special events as well as running our, again, fantastic arts and culture program, supporting our creative economy, as well as enhanced placemaking and other opportunities for partnership in all of our 7 villages. We recently completed work on the first phase of our Great Streets Downtown Hyannis project. Of course, our effort to look at transformation of downtown Hyannis from one-way travel to two-way travel, and certainly we'll be focused on implementation of this in the next fiscal year. Housing. It's great to update these numbers every year. Since 2017, we have 361 new housing units, 423 under construction, 42 that are fully permitted, 54 that are in permitting. And in addition, since we passed the downtown Hyannis zoning, we have 3 I would say, high-profile underutilized sites in the growth incentive zone that we are in preliminary tech review for units coming in well in excess of our minimum 10% inclusionary. So we'll keep the council updated on those projects as they progress, but very promising early results of that. Our planning regulatory review program is the bulk of a lot of the work we do sort of on a day-to-day basis. We held 99 meetings of our regulatory boards, committees, and commissions and processed over 427 applications, as well as underwent, in cooperation with Planning Board and, of course, this council, an effort to overhaul our ground-mounted large-scale solar voltaic overlay district. Under conservation and environmental planning, we continue to have one of the busiest conservation commissions in the state, processing a very high number of applications to enforce our local and state wetlands protection ordinances, as well as doing enforcements and site inspections, working collaboratively with the Department of Public Works, primarily conservation taking on aquatic invasive species management. Additionally, under other environmental planning efforts, securing and successfully implementing the Greening the Gateway Cities program, we reestablished Barnstable as a Tree City USA and signed on to the Mayor's Monarch Pledge, all thinking about how we can improve our resiliency in the long term. And of course, our parking management program continues to focus on operations, technology, and communication to serve our residents and our visitors, both in our downtown and especially at our Welcome Center at Bismore Park. So in addition to the operating budget, we have a capital outlay item, which again is annually supports our aquatic invasive species management, fighting the invasive species hydrilla in Long Pond, Centerville, Mystic and Middle in Marston's Mills this year, as well as fighting the aquatic invasive weed fanwort in Waquaket, Gooseberry, and Burst Pond. And we are going to permit that again this year through manual harvesting of that weeds to avoid any use of chemicals at least going forward for another year. So it's a summary of Planning and Development Department fiscal year budget for 24. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to ask if there's anyone here to speak at the public hearing in the audience. Seeing none? Nope. No one on Zoom? Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing, and then I can ask my counselors to the right if they have any questions. Councilor Ledke.
Thank you. And thank you, Elizabeth. I mean, I attend so many of your events. I'm really happy to be able to attend most of the local comprehensive planning meetings. You get such good contractors. I mean, it's very impressive. I mean, getting Jeff Speck, world renowned. So, I mean, hats off to that. My one question, I think you talked about it maybe at a previous meeting. You didn't mention the housing production plan and the housing position. Any updates on that going?
We are working very hard to recruit for that position. I think, as folks know, we retooled the position to bring some of those planner skills in.
Right.
We just closed advertising. We got 4 candidates. Unfortunately, only one of them qualified, and perhaps not the best fit. So we're going to put that out again, I think, next week in hopes of getting another great candidate and a great person in there, so we can keep updating that housing production plan. We are keeping a close eye on that. I do think there are some benefits to sort of holding it back relative to some of the new numbers we're expecting out of the census to be able to provide a plan that I think is going to be the most viable over the next 5 years, and also align with the work that the local comprehensive planning committee is going to be doing in the next several months relative to future land use visioning and growth across the town, which obviously housing will play a major role in that conversation.
Yeah, no, I've got to agree with you, because I remember going to the early housing production plan meetings, and the contractor was kind of stymied because they didn't have the census data, and it's really hard to move forward. So that's great, and I'm really impressed. You retooled it. You're doing creative things to find someone. So just fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on my right? No? On my left? Seeing none, we can move this to a vote, please. Item 2023-158. This is a roll call vote.
Councilors Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rep Cressetti.
Yes.
That passes 10 yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Back to the beginning. Thank you, Elizabeth Jenkins. Back to the beginning again. Councillor Neary, could you please read into the record item 2023-159?
My pleasure, Madam Vice President. This is old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. It's item number 2023-159. It's appropriation order in the amount of $2,590,647 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Community Service Department General Fund budget as written.
Second.
Thank you very much. And we have Chris Ganella here to answer our questions and walk us through.
Yes, good evening, Madam Vice President Cullum and members of Town Council. Chris Ganella, Interim Director of Community Services. And I'm a little nervous, but excited to be here tonight with you. It's my first time. Before I get started on the fiscal year 2024 budget, I would just like to recognize and thank Madeline Noonan for her over 20 years of dedicated service throughout various departments and capacities throughout the town. Her infectious positivity, can-do attitude, and compassion for everyone will be missed. But rest assured, her qualities were instilled in the Community Services Department, and they are present today as we strive to build on those qualities and improve in everything we do. I'm proud to stand in front of you all tonight and report that the Community Services Management Team and their respective staffs have stepped up to assist me in my interim position and are dedicated to improving themselves, their staffs, and the community. Here with me tonight, I would like to recognize and thank Jesse Scheckman, Director of Golf Course Operations, Mark Bordley, HYCC Manager, John Gleason, Director of Recreation, Kelly Howley, Director of Council on Aging, and last but definitely not least, Brenda Evans, who keeps us all together and in line business and financial manager for our department. I would just like to briefly share with you some of the FY 2024 goals that we have. Some are in the budget book. Some are some new things that have kind of evolved. We're going to streamline operational efficiencies and make some things more user-friendly. I think we've talked about beach parking permits. We've came before you before for credit card machines for HYCC. So we're looking at implementing and making efficiencies throughout the department wherever we can. Enhance customer service and provide more inclusive, accessible, and equitable experiences. Receive dementia-friendly designation in partnership with UMass Boston's Gerontology Institute. We've received the age-friendly, and I'm pretty sure that Kelly and members of UMass Boston will be having a workshop and coming to you to enlighten you and educate us all on what they're doing. We continue to work with other departments to improve recreational facilities and playgrounds. Continue to develop facility improvements, replace equipment, and implement maintenance schedules. We've talked about facility dude here, and it's been a topic. The golf department is having all their assets put into that system and maintenance edge so we can set up preventative maintenance programs, replacement for cost programs, and go forward with that. We're also looking to improve program diversity for all age groups to encourage more participation and to better meet the needs of our ever-changing community. We're going to continue to develop strategies to improve the environmentally sustainable land care management plan at both of our Barnstable golf course facilities. And recent efforts have been made to have both golf courses become Audubon certified, which is a huge designation for the town of Barnstable. And add additional programs and user group opportunities to fill vacant ice time at the HYCC and better support the users of the facility. Now to Appropriation Order 2023-159. The Community Services Department fiscal year 2024 budget request compromises the Recreation and Council on Aging general funds. These divisions support generational recreational opportunities, programs, and outreach, and they are an integral part of our community. The fiscal year 2024 proposed $2,590,647 is a reduction of $113,850, or 4.2% from the approved fiscal year 2023 operating budget. Personnel costs have declined due to staff turnover and reallocation of salaries and wages between the general fund and our enterprise fund operations. We are also again requesting $20,000 in capital outlay funds to continue annual replacement of recreational and aquatic equipment. My staff and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for bringing your staff and welcome, and I'm glad it's your first one's out of the way now. Now you're just going to soar through it all. Excellent. Exactly. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to it? No one? Anyone on Zoom? No, there isn't. Okay, well then I'll close the public hearing. Anyone to my right like to ask questions? Mr. Ganello? Jessica? I'm sorry, Councilor Repker-City?
Thank you, Vice President. Welcome, Chris, behind the podium. So explain to me how you're proposing to utilize or get more people on the ice, because I noticed you've got a lot of thousands of hours that is unused on the ice sheets, and I know my fellow hockey players won't like this, but have you ever considered, or has the town ever considered replacing one of those sheets with a pool?
To answer your first part of your question, as far as the ice, Mark Boardley has reached out. We have other organizations that we're trying to utilize the ice with. We just have a contract that's getting ready to be signed and brought to legal in Markel's with a new organization, Cape Cod Hockey, that we've never dealt with before. We've started a new program to offer one-day practice and one-day games, U6, U8, mites and midgets, and your old land, that we're trying to do in-house to utilize what we have for ice surfaces. We've worked with DPW. They're doing an audit of the facility, for the second part of your question, to see if we could do something else with that's not ice-related. Whether that be a swimming pool, that's the first I've heard of that. I've heard of pools being, discussed. We were looking at efficiencies for other uses, as far as maybe for soccer or inline skating or something that would be more conducive to the changing population.
I would think an indoor pool would be well utilized, because I know the Y is really the only one in the town. And, we do live on the water, and we're trying to fill our beaches with lifeguards, and I think an indoor pool would really be an asset to the community. But anyway, thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else to my right? No? Councilor Schnapp? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Well, it is almost summer, and how are you doing with recruitment for covering our beaches?
As everybody else, I believe it's a challenge. The leisure program and recreational staff. I mean, we have lifeguard tryouts again tomorrow. I think there's 20 applicants for that, 6 which are new. We're struggling like everybody else is. It's a different generation. I have 2 17-year-olds too, and the work ethic and the communication. I know that Director John Gleason and Assistant Director George Noonan, it's not like it was where you fill out an application and get a job. I mean, we are barraging them with text messages, IMs on Facebook. It's still early on in the process. We have about 50 to 60 in the queue, and I'm hoping that our numbers at the end of the day are better than Chief Sonnabend's 500 to 1. But we're confident that we're going to have the majority of the major beaches staffed properly. As far as other beach operations, gate guards, other people to assist, supervisors, we are staffed. And as mentioned, weekends, we are staffing those now to close and lock gates and make sure we have customer service at those locations.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Ludke?
Thank you. I just had one question. One of your slides, you mentioned playgrounds. And that's always been something I'm concerned about, because we seem to rely on the school playgrounds, particularly in the Hyannis area. Do you have a vision, because it was on your side, do you have a vision for creating new playgrounds that are beyond the school resources?
that has been the focus of everybody in town, meaning Lindsay Council, CPC. We've worked with DPW, Mark Marinuccio. We know we have the Centerville Recreation Building. That playground has been funded. Final stages of that. We have a couple meetings next week. We looked at, and just got approved funding from you folks from the CPC for the $1 million in Osterville Playground. There is some old funds that we're redoing. The one, if you remember, the field over in Barnstable Hollow, over by Millway. So we've kind of focused on those specific sites so we don't have those issues and we don't interfere with the school activity. So that's kind of where we're focused municipal-wide.
Okay, but I didn't hear anything in Hyannis. No pushes for, are you relying on the schools in Hyannis, or is there going to be a push for playgrounds in Hyannis that are not entirely school-related?
In Hyannis specifically, I know that there was talk of a location close. I think Hyannis has a limited real estate to work with, but we did request funds to do an overall site plan of the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. It included a skate park, potentially a splash pad, potentially a playground. We're just trying to do a master plan for that, and that would be something we would work with Director Jenkins to try to develop.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There's also the playground at Veterans, which is great.
It is.
That's a great little park. Okay, anyone to my left? Any questions? Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much, Vice President Cullum. And welcome, Interim Director Ganella. What is the status of the recovery at the Hyannis Golf Course since the accident at the facility? Thank you.
The status right now is we are operational. We have the temporary trailer that you folks know of. We also have our concessionaire who has a mobile concession there. It's operational 6 days a week, currently Tuesday through Sunday. As far as the building and the incident, we are working with procurement. We are working with Mark Marinuccio. I know we have a quote out right now. We received 2 quotes this morning. Inadequate quotes as far as we had to get confirmation for some other information. I would anticipate those quotes will be received by the insurance company and work will commence with at least the abatement and the demolition within the next 3 weeks, 3 to 5 weeks. The rest of it is a lot of processes put in motion that we were able to absorb with our funds that we have. HVAC evaluations, plumbing evaluations. Are we going to be triggered into having a sprinkler system there? We have the walls open. Do we want to replace the HVAC equipment? This is not going to go away, but I will assure you that what we do, we want to do right, and we want to do effectively so it lasts for the next, until I retire at least 30 years.
Good answer. Anyone else? Councillor Cusack, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Director Ganella, just in your goals, you had mentioned a dementia-friendly designation, working with UMass, as well as the Audubon certification for both golf courses. If you could just say a little bit about what advantages might come from getting either that designation or that certification.
As far as the golf, the Audubon certification, I don't think it gives you any real financial benefit. I think it says that we walk the walk and we talk the talk. We don't come up here and tell you that an environmentally sustainable land care management plan and you go, what is that? We're Audubon. Audubon, if we get that certification, is a world-recognized designation. So it basically says we are doing what we're doing. And that has 6 facets to it off the top of my head. There's water quality, water conservation, reduced chemicals, organic fertilizers, creating habitats. It's a grand scope of things. As far as getting us anything financially, no. It's just saying we walk the walk and we talk the talk. And I would have to double check, but I believe that would be the first one on Cape Cod. There's one in Martha's Vineyard Farm. No, it's the all organic, prestigious place. As far as the dementia friendly, I think that helps with our obligation as far as grants. When we're looking for grants, it's a criterion that we are needing to meet. And there's several pedals to it. If we can get more involved, I would be happy to have Kelly, the expert, come up and talk about it. But there's more pedals and there's more pieces to go with this whole program of age-friendly, dementia-friendly. And that will create opportunities for increased funding, increased grants. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Anyone else to my left? No? I have a couple questions. So as part of like the whole inclusionary idea about, I really feel like the HYCC can be brought to the people. So I know we have these restrictions now on the beaches and things, but have you thought about like renting space on Veterans Beach for senior yoga or anything like that? I mean, I just think it's a big opportunity. People love to get up early and do that. Don't look at me, I'm not one of them, obviously, but like people seem to love to do that. But you know, I just think it's a great way to market our beautiful beaches, and Veterans is perfect for people that have, you know, problems walking or accessibility issues. I was at C Street Beach really early the other day, and there was a Zumba class that was there that I'm sure was just a pop-up thing, but I wondered if like permitting that might be a way to kind of connect the HYCC and all that you do and bring your world kind of, you know, more together, because you're there and the beaches and this and that. It's just such a huge job that you have. So that was one thing I had. And the other really thing that I loved about what Patty was doing with the Youth Commission was connecting the seniors with the youth. Because I think that's the missing piece when, you know, we can't get our 17-year-olds to put their phones down. It's, you know, they're just missing the connection with people. And so I just really think fostering those community relationships. I believe the HYCC can be much more than it is, given the neighborhood that it's located in. It should be serving that population. I think that was the point originally. And so I'm not sure that ice rinks are the end-all be-all of what it should be. I feel like it should be much more inclusive and diverse and than what it is. And I think we're halfway up the hill on it, you know, but we can. I love the soccer thing that was put up there. That was great. You know, I just look for these community programs that enrich us and bring us together and bring the beautiful parts of our town, like the beaches. So maybe you could do like a golf thing on how to get out of the sand trap, you know, or something.
Great questions, thank you. Great advice, thank you. We are working and have been working. I think Madeline's vision, when you bring back Patty, was to kind of coalesce the divisions within a department. I've been in this department for a year and a month. We had seniors who were doing golf at the golf course, brought them to the facility at the BACC to do it. We have, you know, we have the safety day, we have the programs. It's such a key piece to get the older or the elderly together with the youth, because the youth actually listen and put their phone down. So we're taking every single opportunity we can to foster those relationships. And we are looking at those for programming. As far as the HYCC is concerned, I couldn't agree with you more. The rink was built 14 years ago, close to 14 years ago. A lot's changed in Barnstable in 14 years, and we're trying to make sure we evolve in the right direction and not just, you know, do a knee-jerk reaction, but we know things are changing, and we're looking at every opportunity we can to serve the Hyannis Youth and Community Center, not the Barnstable community.
Yeah, I think there's opportunity for both, but particularly that neighborhood, right? So
Agreed.
Thank you. Does anybody have any? Thank you very much, and your staff. Thank you for coming, everybody. Anybody else have any other things they'd like to add? Yep, go ahead.
I'll just say one more thing. I mean, I have a line of sight on John Gleason there. I have 4 kids, and they have taken so many programs, many of them that John has run, and they're fantastic. And you talk about the beaches, Vice President Cullum. The swim programs are unmatched. I mean, all 4 of my kids now have no fear of swimming in the ocean. A lot of kids do. You talk about pools, and it's a shame you're at the ocean here, and if you don't take advantage of these programs, you know, people are afraid of the water and drownings, and all of your programs. We've taken the whole gamut of your programs, and they're just incredible. So I think we do serve the communities, but sometimes I think maybe the word doesn't get out, or there is a financial obstacle too, as well to that. But again, your prices are so reasonable that just can't say enough good things about the programs over the years.
That's definitely true. Dante is an alum of the leisure program. Yeah. Cried every year when it was over. Cried his eyes out. Mom, get out of here quick. And he would bawl his eyes out all the way home because it was over. Made long-lasting friends there. I'm just trying to think about other ways to connect, you know. But thank you very much. So no other comments. We can move this to a vote, please. This is item number 2023-159.
Counselors Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rep Grissetti,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
It's 10 yes, it passes.
That's great. And then, so we're going to move on with Counselor Steinhilber, please. I'm thinking we'll do 2 more and take a quick break. Does that sound good? And then motor through? Okay, great, just to give you an idea. So here you are again. Now you're like a pro.
Okay.
Go ahead, Counselor Steinhilber.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'd like to open the public hearing on item 2023-160, appropriation order in the amount of $3,690,660 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 golf course enterprise fund budget as written.
Second.
Take it away.
Good evening, once again, Town Council. Golf popularity has increased, and we continue to see record amounts of rounds played, annual memberships, and popularity of golf in general. Barnstable is fortunate to have 2 18-hole championship golf courses that provide 2 distinctive golfing experiences. Our operations staff is known for their professionalism and customer service. Despite some obstacles from the unfortunate pipe burst that we've discussed at the Hyannis Golf Course and recent staff departures of long-tenured employees, our entire team has come together to deliver those expectations. Our golf maintenance staff provides superior playing conditions despite increased wear and tear, also watering restrictions that were implemented last summer. Our Director of Golf Course Maintenance, James Bentley, and Superintendent Chris White have implemented new strategies, techniques, and cultural practices in line with the environmentally sustainable land care management program that have proved beneficial in maintaining and improving conditions at both golf courses. At the Hyannis Golf Course, we recently completed a golf cart path restoration project. We have also secured funds for an equipment replacement package, and just last week received delivery of the tractor we requested over a year ago from you. At Old Barnstable Fairgrounds, we have secured funding for roof replacement of the cart barn and have also secured funds for replacing irrigation sprinklers. We are anticipating improvements to the golf course and the infrastructure in the future. Please note on the slide that this fiscal year 2024 proposed budget amount differs from the appropriation request, as this number reflects the total fiscal year budget, which includes both direct and indirect costs. I think we've made mention of that before. Appropriation Order 2023-160, the proposed fiscal year 2024 Golf Course Enterprise Fund budget request of $3,690,660 is an increase of $221,162, or 6.3%, from the approved fiscal year 2023 operating budget. Personnel budgets have increased $107,262 due to contractual obligations, seasonal staff pay rate increases, and reallocation of salaries. Operating budget increases include $37,855 for our new 5-year golf cart rental fleet, $34,000 in credit card processing fees, $25,270 for utilities increases, and $16,000 for seed and sod supplies. We are also requesting a budget increase of $50,000 for capital outlay funds to secure funding for unforeseen repairs and replacement of facility equipment and upkeep. So basically, we have a means to fund anything that would go wrong with any mechanical equipment. We wouldn't have to wait to come to town council. We have the reserve funds to do it. We just want the capacity to fix things. And with that, my staff and myself would be happy to answer any questions.
So this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this? I think I know the answer. How about in Zoom land? No, so we'll close the public hearing. Any questions of the counselors to my right? Nope. Okay, any questions to my left? Councilor Cusack.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. You mentioned drought. You know, last summer we didn't have any measurable rain, July or August. Pretty light snowfall this past winter. I think we all know what's been happening this April and May. Any thoughts about precautions to make sure that we can have a full season and be operational the entire time in regards to drought?
I think what we've learned is that we have implemented new varieties of seed that aren't typical on other golf courses that we know are more drought resistant. And we have all, if you've played yourself, sir, have seen the conditions that we did by following the water restrictions. So implementing improved varieties of turfgrass species is going to help a long way. You know, I was in the golf course world for a long time. I can tell you that the greens, as you know, is where it's at, and we are not going to let that resource or go away or diminish. We're confident that we have what we need to go carry us out through the season. Thank you for your question.
Okay, then I think we can move this to a vote. This is item number 2023-160. Town Clerk Ann Quirk?
Counselors, Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rap Grissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
It's 10 yes, it passes.
Fantastic. And so, Councillor Cusack, you're up. Item 2023-161, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Yes, this is old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call 2/3 vote of the full council. This is item 2023-161. An appropriation order in the amount of $3,577,188 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Hyannis Youth and Community Center Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
And we have Mr. Ganella, a veteran of the budgeting process.
Good evening once again, Madam Vice President Cullum and members of Town Council. The HYCC is an important asset to the town of Barnstable, as we all recognize. We support local high school athletic programs, offer our own internal affordable recreational and ice-related programs, support youth ice hockey organizations, offer meeting, birthday, and recreational spaces that support a diverse group of activities that include various traditional sports that we all know of, but also including gaming, coding, karate, interior pickleball, yoga, and the elevated walking track. The HYCC also provides other resources to residents that sometimes don't get as much attention or credit. Those include serves for voting operations for 3 precincts, hosts the annual benefits fair for all Town of Barnstable employees, free after-school programming and supervision for disadvantaged youth through our SOAR program, Schools Out After-School Recreation Program. It's also home of Barnstable Police Department's Community Resource Officer, Brian Morrison, and we are also home to the Barnstable Public Schools Family Community Engagement Center, which enrolls all students entering Barnstable Public Schools. I'm proud to report that we have seen continued requests for additional rentals, tournaments, and use of the facility in general, and this is reflected in the 2024 projected revenues. We have also reissued the request for proposal for a concessionaire at the facility and are eager to sign a lessee for the upcoming season. The proposed fiscal year 2024 Hyannis Youth and Community Center Enterprise Fund budget request of $3,577,188 is an increase of $215,078, or 6.4%, from the approved fiscal year 2023 operating budget. Personnel budgets have increased $46,995 due to contractual obligations, minor staff salary reallocation, and the addition of a full-time custodian for the facility. Operating budgets have increased $8,300 due to increased cost of preventative maintenance agreements for specialized equipment related to ice operations and throughout the facility. We are also requesting an increase of $15,000 in mechanical operating capital to offset the increased cost of repairs and or replacement of equipment. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to it? No. Anyone in Zoom? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Councilors to my right, any questions? We covered a lot about the HYCC and the general thing, I think. Did you have a question, Paula?
I just wanted to, thank you, Madam President, just to echo sort of the possibility that one of those rinks could be repurposed at some point, because there's just so many demands out there that I just don't think there's the space for them. And again, I don't know exactly what the ice usage is, but I don't know if you can convert it, if you can keep it ice for 6 months and not ice for 6 months. Is it something that we can have more flexibility with that one side?
We are looking at all those opportunities again. And I would say that we are trying to identify what those costs potentially could be to utilize it better. The problem is that everybody thinks hockey, and I have 2 young kids now into it, is the fact that it's, you go to the rink at 3 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night. It's really kind of changed with the population. I mean, and the numbers are very, I would say, confusing when you looked at the numbers that Councilor Rossetti had brought up. Between the hours of 4 o'clock and 9 o'clock, or 4:30 to 9:30, depending on what rink you are, we're booked. In season, September to April, we're booked. You're trying to find and utilize ice during the day. Ice is not used during the day because children are in school. So we're going to run into those same types of issues. So when we look to the future, like I said, we want whatever we do, we want to do it right and looking towards the future. But thank you for your question.
Anyone to my left? No? I do have a thought. It seems to me the Y has taken, I don't know. I just feel like the Y has left a lot on the table, and I wonder if we couldn't grab some of that business. And I hope that's in your feasibility study, or whatever you're looking at. Whatever, if it's full there, then what could we do to make it full during the day? Because I get it. Even old guys like Neary can't play hockey during the day because he's got to go to work. So. So, I understand that. Also, the empty cafeteria bothers me there. I would really love to see food trucks. I just think it's important that we are more modern and less of this 1970s view of things. I just think we need to modernize a little bit. But thank you very much. I asked my questions and the other things. So, okay, no one else has anything to say, right? So we're going to vote on this one. This is item number 2023-161.
Councilors Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rapcrissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, all the staff, for coming, too. We're going to take a short break so people can use the restroom and get a snack, and we'll be back in maybe 7 minutes or so. Seat yourselves.
Let's turn this off.
Hi, counselors. Can we come back, please? Hello. Counselor Ledke, can we get started? Counselor Rapcorsetti? Here we go. Did you? Timing is everything. Hi, we're back. Yay, exactly. Counselor Clark is going to read the next item in for us. It's item 2023-162.
Thank you very much, Vice President Cullum. This is agenda item 2023-162. It's old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote. This is an appropriation order in the amount of $1,459,889 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Marine and Environmental Affairs Department General Fund budget.
Excellent. We are looking forward to the presentation. Thank you very much for coming, and can you lead us through, please?
Good evening, councilors. Derek Lawson, Director of Marine and Environmental Affairs. With me this evening is Nina Coleman, Director of Natural Resources and Sandy Neck Beach Park Manager, and Brian Taylor, Harbor Master. They're going to assist with any questions that you may have. The FY24 Marine and Environmental Affairs Department General Fund budget is a requested increase of 1.4% over the FY23 budget. FY24 budget changes include increases in operating budget line items, both in the Harbor Master and Natural Resource divisions. Staffing allocation changes and includes a new patrol vehicle. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you, Derek. Any counselors to my right have any questions? Yes, Counselor Shaughnessy.
Thank you. I was curious as to whether or not Sandy Neck has gotten some sort of emergency,
I can answer that.
Vehicle.
I can answer that
boat.
question now, or we can go over that during the Sandy Neck presentation. So,
Either way.
All right, to answer your question, yes, we did. We do have a rapid response vessel.
Awesome.
We have been out there training on it. We're going to continue training on it until all folks, all staff on Sandy Neck have the ability to operate this vessel. It is a jet ski with a fold-down mat that can easily get out to anybody who needs response and grab onto the mat and bring them back
Inflatable
in quickly.
unicorns. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other counselors to my right have a question for Derek? No? To my left? I forgot to say it was a public hearing. Does anybody have any questions in the audience? Anyone in Zoom land? It barely mattered. I'll close the public hearing. And now we can move it to a vote. Oh, we can't leave it. Okay. Sorry, Paula.
Thank you.
Silly me.
How's the dog part doing?
Director Coleman will take that question.
Yes, Marine Environmental Affairs does oversee the dog park, but obviously working in conjunction with the Recreation Department and the Department of Public Works. The dog park is doing remarkably well. We did lose our friends group during COVID. It just wasn't working out for them to be volunteering. So natural resource staff has had, and animal control staff has had to step up and do some of the daily maintenance, unfortunately. But overall, we get a lot of very happy people, happy dogs. It's a lovely place for people to gather. And we have very few issues. So I would call it a success.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we can move this to a vote. It's item 2023-162.
Counselors Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rapcorsetti.
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
That passes 10 yes.
Excellent. Counselor Starr, would you please do 2023-163 for me? It's on page 13.
Okay, page 3. This is item 2023-163. Open a public hearing with a roll call, 2/3 vote of full council. This is an appropriation order in the amount of $713,286 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Marina Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
Excellent. Derek Lawson at the mic again.
Thank you. The FY24 Marina Enterprise Fund budget is a decrease of 9.2% from the approved FY23 budget. The decrease is due to payment of debt services in FY23. FY24 budget changes includes increases in operational line items, personnel line items, and capital outlay. Would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions to my right? For Mr. Lawson? No? To my left? It's a public hearing, isn't it? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to the public hearing? Anyone in Zoom? No? Okay, so we'll close that. There's no questions. Let's move it to a vote. This is item 2023-163.
Counselors Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapgrissetti.
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
That passes 10 yes.
Excellent. Councilor Rapgrissetti, would you please read into the record 2023-164?
Yes, this is old business, public hearing, roll call, majority vote, full council. Item 2023-164, appropriation order in the amount of $1,069,975 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Sandy Neck Park Enterprise Fund budget as written.
Great.
Second.
Thank you. Derek Lawson at the mic.
Thank you. The FY24 Sandy Neck Enterprise Fund budget is a requested increase of 9.9% from the approved FY23 budget. FY24 budget changes include increase in operational line items and building improvements. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to it? No. On Zoom land? No. Excellent. I close the public hearing. To my right, any counselors with questions about Sandy Neck? No. To my left? Very good. We'll move it to a vote, please. This is item number 2023-164.
Counselors Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapgrissetti,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Passes 10 yes.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in, Derek. Thank you, Nina Coleman. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, councilors.
Brian Taylor. Brian Taylor, thank you for coming. Our harbor master. Yeah. Okay. Next up. Wow. You got to start growing the beard again for Christmas, right?
Good evening. November for snowboard season, I think.
Okay. All right. Good. Councilor Ludke, would you please read into the record item 2023-165?
Thank you, Vice President Cullum. This is old business. It's a public hearing, a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2023-165, appropriation order in the amount of $2,461,095 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Inspectional Services Department budget.
Second.
Thank you very much.
Good evening,
Take it away.
Vice President Cullum and town councilors. My name is Brian Florence. I'm your building commissioner and director of inspectional services. I speak too softly for the microphone. It was on. Thank you, though. Appreciate your time always, but especially at this time of year. There's a lot of work that goes into this budget, so thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't also thank and extend my appreciation to the hardworking folks at Inspectional Services, to our peers and coworkers throughout town, the manager's office, and of course Sarah Beal, who's managing our presentations tonight. I'm afraid I don't have a very exciting budget for you. Our budget is largely level funded with 2 exceptions. On a positive note, it's my hope that we can save you some time that way. It is. So the inspectional services the budget is at $2,461,095. It comprises 1.25% of the overall general fund budget. We're proposing a $60,400 and $2 increase, or 2.5%. Contractual obligations from collective bargaining account for the majority of that increase at $46,220. And we're requesting that our septic coordinator position, which accounts for the balance of that at $14,182. That position was cut pre-COVID when we were anticipating some financial issues. We're requesting to replace those hours back to try to assist our wastewater program. That's my presentation.
I feel bad that you sat there all night.
That's okay. No, that's what I'm here for.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to it? No. Is there anyone in Zoom land? Negative. Counselors to my right. Oh, it's Paula Schnapp.
It's got to be me. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Brian. Any updates on the big digitalization project that's been underway with ARPA funding?
I am working on a post-action presentation for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a lot of information. I wouldn't be able to share it all here tonight, but yes, I do have an update coming for you.
Okay. So your budget doesn't require any additional ongoing funding to support that digitization once it's done? It's
No,
been...
Councilor Schnapp, yeah,
Okay.
once it's done, it's done. We do have some ongoing work, and that's part of the presentation, but it's work that we're doing in-house. It's small odds and end things.
Okay. The other question, and remind me, I don't know if this is in the town manager's budget or the inspectional services, the host community services that we're using for
compliance?
rental registration. Is that sitting in your budget still?
It's in the health division. Yep.
And we decided to keep it fully funded as we have in previous years. We've not.
We did take one piece of it out, and I don't have the numbers. I think maybe $9,000 or $10,000 of it. We took one piece of it out. It was the registration portion of it, because we have a permit software.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of redundant to have them doing our permitting when we can do it in-house. So, but yeah, everything else is still there.
Okay. And you think it's continues to be a good investment for the town to keep it?
I have mixed feelings about it, but I think that the statistical information that we get out of it is fantastic.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone to my left have any questions for Mr. Florence? Seeing none, we can move this item to a vote. This is, let's see, item number 2023-165.
Councilors Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapkasetti,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Thank you, Director Florence. I'm going to take a break. No, I'm kidding, Rob. Don't go. Okay, who's up? I forget. You were up last time. Or Councilor Starr. Who's up next? You are. Oh, Betty's up next. Betty just read? Did you just read? Okay, then it's Tracy Shaughnessy. Tracy, could you read in 2023-166?
This is old business, subject to a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of full council. Item number 2023-166, appropriation order in the amount of $11,142,056 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Department of Public Works General Fund budget, as read.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have Rob Steen leading the charge tonight and his whole crew. We do save you guys for last, so it looks like people care because we have a full audience when you're here. So, it's a compliment. No, you're not last anyway. So thank you for coming. Walk us through it.
Thank you, councilors. As said, my name is Rob Steen with the Department of Public Works. Dan Santos sends his regrets. He was unfortunately detained and could not be here this evening. I'm joined with much of the senior staff of DPW tonight. They will be introduced to you as we go through the individual sections of those budgets. One person that will not be is Kelly Colopy, who is our communications manager. Kelly volunteered to take my role tonight, and then I figured out there was a flicker ticker and I didn't need her. So Kelly, thank you for coming and sort of being moral support. So with that, the Department of Public Works, as you see here, we are divided up into a number of divisions, which is how we organize our personnel. What's really relevant for today's discussion is you'll notice the divisions on the left that are light blue, those are the generally funded divisions. So the Highway Division and Structures and Grounds Division is generally funded, and we will be discussing that along with the Admin Technical Division. We'll be discussing that first. Subsequently, we will go through the 3 enterprise funds, the Solid Waste Division, the Water Pollution Control Division, and the Water Supply Division. So we'll hit each one of those individually, and you'll see the members and the leadership of each one of those teams come up when we do that. General Fund, so PJ and Joe, if you could join me at the table, please. PJ Kelleher is our Division Supervisor for the Highway Division. Joe Marshall is our Division Supervisor for the Structures and Grounds Division. The general fund budget is what you see here. I'll direct your attention to the bottom right in highlight. Our approved 2023 budget was $10,859,063. In 2024, we're looking for $11,142,056 for a grand total of 2.61% increase. Those increases are comprised of what you see at the bottom of this screen. Most of them are things such as fuel, utility, things of that nature. There is traffic signals in there, which we can talk about. That's the Opticom program, continuing to fund that program. And then we have our vehicle OpCap and our facilities OpCap at the bottom. You will notice there is 1.4 FTEs in this. The one is an assistant to help Amber Unruh with the Ponds program and what's going on with that. The 0.4 is actually her position was initially funded via general fund and enterprise funds contributed to it. The reality is the work that she's doing is principally general fund work, so that's now pulling that back in. And with that, we'll take any questions you have on the general fund budget.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to it? Seeing none? No one in Zoom land. Councilors to my right. Any questions for Mr. Steen or his staff? Yep, Paula? I'm sorry, Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Rob. I just, because it's portable bathrooms is in there, and how many portable bathrooms do we maintain during the year?
Joe?
So we supply portable bathrooms to all of our saltwater beaches and ponds, and including recreational facilities of Luke's Love Playground, the communal gardens, Centerville Rec, and then there's a couple of boat ramps, the Katua Town Docks and Blish Point.
Okay.
So there's 19 specific to the beaches or ponds, and then there's another 4 for the outlying recreational areas.
And those seem to work well. How often are they cleaned out? Every week, or does it depend on the location?
Yes, that's correct. The amount of cleanings depend on the usage. Some of our high traffic areas are 3 times a week. Some of the low traffic areas are twice a week. And yeah, the schedule varies, but predominantly it's a Wednesday, Friday, Monday.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Rappacetti.
I don't have a question. I just have a mention of Mr. Marshall. I want to thank you for your response to a constituent regarding green burials. If anybody has a question about green burials or the plots involved and whether you can reuse them after a few years, Joe's got all the answers. So thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Councilor Ledke.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. When Councilor Schnepp, that just brought to mind, I've never seen a portable toilet at the Forte Beach. Is there a reason there's no portable toilets there?
Well, historically, we haven't had an issue with having a bathroom facility. These typically are main beaches. I know Ford's is a beach, but there's a few places that don't get portable toilets, and we haven't had a need or a request for one.
Anyone to my left? Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, Vice President Cullum. And thank you for your leadership. And I know these gentlemen very well. I pester them often with constituent requests. And in the space of a week, twice, a sign on an island one was on the roundabout by exit now 65, and one was on the roundabout by the Danforth Airport. And those signs were fixed before noontime. So kudos to your staff and to both of you for all your services. Appreciate it, and it's noticed.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we can move it to a vote. It's item 2023-166.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapcrissetti,
Yes.
Ludsky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
That is 10 yes, it passes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item number 2023-167, appropriation order in the amount of $3,748,307 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Department of Public Works Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
We have Mr. Steen to walk us through this one, too.
Thank you very much. The Solid Waste Division is led by Tracy Rigazio, Division Supervisor of Solid Waste, and he is here to join me in case you have any questions. What you see on the screen in front of you is the Solid Waste Division budget. As Director Ganella noted, these enterprise funds are a little different because you'll have a direct operating and indirect operating budgets. What your appropriations are is for the direct operating budgets. Those indirect get pulled from wherever those monies are landing. So you'll notice here on the direct operating expense line, in 2023, we had $3,673,191. In 2024, we have the $3,748,307 for a 2.04% increase. What accounts for those differences is basically fuel and electricity with some overtime and a little bit of parts. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Did anybody sneak in that wants to speak to the item? No. Anybody on Zoom land tuning in? I'm going to have my husband call for the next one. I'll close the public hearing. So to my right, any councilors? Yes, Councilor Ludke.
Thank you. I have a question, and it has to do about what we do with our, I guess, residential waste that goes to the transfer station. I had understood we had been using the incineration facility at Rochester, and now it's being landfilled, and I think the contract is coming up maybe next year. Could there be some public involvement on that? And I'm just asking, like the green burials. I've heard from so many people are interested in the green burials. And just from a viewpoint of environmental stewardship, if it means a slightly higher charge, perhaps people might weigh in on that. I mean, I know I would personally prefer to know that my trash isn't being shipped to other states throughout the United States to be landfilled when it could be incinerated. But again, I don't know all the particulars, but I'm just curious. Again,
so brief history on that. That contract got changed, I think it was about 6 years ago, was when that changed. We were originally with the incinerator in Rochester. At that point in time, they had pretty much a monopoly on the trash on Cape Cod. And all the communities we're looking at, we all came up about the same point in time. Dan led the effort on the negotiations on that. ABC came forward. And you may remember, though, Councilor Epicity, you may have been here for it. ABC actually came in and presented to town council. There was a public process that went through that as we selected them. And at that point, they were at least speaking to that they were going to make bricks that were recyclable and all these other things. None of that's come to fruition in that sense. They have the contract. I don't know on the top of my head how many more years left, though I believe it's more than one. And when we go through the process again, it will go back through that same process where Dan will probably lead the negotiations on that, but it will come in front of town council and there will be an opportunity for public input at that point.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. And the only other thing is the swap shop was there for years. I remember it used to be a daily event, and then it was a 2-day a week. And then I think COVID, it went away, and now it seems to permanently. And again, I get a lot of questions about that. Any hope for that swap shop
Tracy,
to come back to life at all? And any kind of, semblance, regardless of having a building there, it could be a daily event. I don't know.
Yeah, there's multiple issues going on. We've got some issues with the building itself that we're looking at repairing. We've had some issues with the staff. They're all volunteers. Many of them just do not wish to do it anymore. So there's multiple layers. Building's still there. It's not going away. It's not out of the question. We're still looking. There's a few layers of things that have to happen that to bring that back.
Well, I'd like to say that I'm glad it's closed because we have a lot less junk around my house. So I'm just saying. Anyone to my left? Yeah, right. No one. Okay, then we're going to move this. This is item 2023-168. Am I right? No, I'm wrong. Dash 167.
Counselors. Rapp Grissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Thank you, Tracy.
10 yes, thank you.
Awesome. We're back around the bend. Councillor Neary.
My pleasure.
Do us the honors, please.
I'd like to open a public hearing requiring a roll call majority vote of the full council. It's item number 2023-168, appropriation order in the amount of $8,108,805. $8,108,805. Got that? Got that? For the purpose of funding the town's fiscal 2024 Department of Public Works Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund budget.
Can you please repeat that? No one got it.
$8,108,805.
All right, thank you.
Do you have that?
In a second. Okay, save us, Rob. We're dying.
I don't know if I can help you on that one.
No, and it's a
Getting late
challenge.
for us, too. For the Water Pollution Control Division budget, I'm joined today by the Division Supervisor for the Water Pollution Control Division, Andy Boulay. You will also notice the Town Engineer, Griffin Bowden, is with us as well, or as some like to call him, Bowden Griffin. He's here tonight because what you'll see when you go into the details on this budget is that the CWMP stuff is now starting to get wrapped into the Water Pollution Control Division budget. Yeah. Whereas before, if you remember last year, that was broken out as a separate enterprise fund. For accounting reasons, that is now wrapped into here. So we're capable of answering questions on each front. Much like the other ones in the enterprise fund, there is an indirect and direct on this slide. You want to direct your attention to the direct. Last year was $8,364,948. If you look at sort of the total point of that, Councilor Nearing, would you help me with this year's number again, please? For a minus $3 million, and I think that's a 6% decrease. If you're wondering what the decrease is, if you really look at sort of the debt service to CWMP, a lot of that's there. There's a significant amount of debt service rolling off at this point in time. So otherwise than that, the rest of it is pretty much increases to things that we have to do. Funds repair, sludge disposal has become very costly for us. We have just rebid it recently, but it's not going anywhere other than up. Chemicals, and then plant equipment. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Not so fast. There may be a question from the public hearing. So
I'm sorry.
Does anyone out there have a question? It's a public hearing. Anyone in Zoom land? No one. Well, I'll close that public hearing. And then to my right, councilors to my right. Councilor Starr has a question.
Thank you. My question is about the sludge disposal. Do we spend, what, $500,000 a year disposing of sludge?
Andy?
We had been spending about $600,000 a year, and the budget's set to increase to about $900,000 a year.
And when the CWMP is done in 30 years, what are we going to be? No, I'm kidding. Is there any alternative, like a regional sludge facility? No.
So we did a study, was it 3 years ago now? So 3 years ago, we did a study before we did the upgrade on the solids handling part of that building to look at what those alternatives were. And they looked across the board at a number of different things. Because at the time, our thesis was we were basically trucking 95% water to Rhode Island to be incinerated. What came back was the most efficient thing to do is to truck 95% water to Rhode Island to be incinerated. And frankly, it was also the most secure thing because all the other sources are starting to get flaky and stuff. So one of the things Andy's having to do this year is start to make sure he's got backups to that facility just in case for some reason that facility gets booked up. Sludge is not something we can just hold for any length of time. Yeah. We have to continue to move it, so we have to have a receptor for it. So that's how we ended up where we were or where we are now. Go ahead. Did you want to add to that? Oh, okay.
No, I mean, it seems that other towns like Orleans and Yarmouth and Mashpee are going to be hooking up, and they're going to have sludge.
They're all going to. Andy, you can speak to the different superintendents talking on Cape. I'm sure this is a conversation up and down.
Sure.
Yeah, there's no easy solution for it, and it's a big problem. There's not much else to say about that. There's not a lot of receiving facilities right now, not a lot of incinerators, and they're all being strained right now with demand. So.
And you need to incinerate it because of the chemicals of emerging concern.
There's a number of ways that sludge can be dealt with theoretically. Like Deer Island digests it. Other people incinerate. This just happens to be in our geographic area the best, most economical way for us to deal with it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other counselors to my right? Whoops. Any other counselors to my right? Nope. To my left. All right. Seeing none, we're going to move this item 2023-168.
Counselors Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rep Grissetti.
Yes.
That passes 10 yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Hans?
Councillor Steinhilber, would you please read into the record 2023-169?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'd like to open the public hearing on item 2023-169, appropriation order in the amount of $8,364,442. Be appropriated for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Department of Public Works Water Supply Enterprise Fund budget as written.
This is the swan song, Mr. Steen. Your last
This is
one.
good because I have a little gentleman's bet with Director Ganella that we will be faster than community services, and we're on pace right now. So
Oh, now we're going to have questions. You
let's
never
keep those
should have said
questions
it.
limited.
Look at them down there preparing. Look, they're all preparing.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Keep on moving. Smile and wave. The 2024 Water Division budget, I'm joined with Division Supervisor Hans Kaiser, who runs the Water Supply Division for the Department of Public Works. You will notice again, direct, indirect, and on the direct line item, the 2023 number was $7,910,120. The 2024 number is $8,364,442 for a total of 5.74% increase. The bulk of that increase, other than debt service, is down below in terms of an increase for the management contract. Water Supply Division is the division that is basically run with a contractor. Hans and one or two other staff members manage that contract for the town. It does not have town employees running that system. These are prescribed in that contract, which I believe you go out every 5 years and get. And so these are just kind of contractual numbers. Any questions?
I'm telling you, you did it to yourself. Yes. Councillor, oh no, we can't do that yet. It's a public hearing. Yeah. Does anyone from the public wish to speak? I'm going to talk slowly.
And if Ganella calls in, do not take that call.
Seeing none? Anyone on Zoom? No one on Zoom? I know. Oh. I hate that. Anyways, okay, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, Councillor Schnapp.
Name change, right? That used to be, what was our management company called? Suez? So is the same company, but they just, what country owns them now? I mean, what?
Wow, we're digging deep.
I think it's another international.
Is it Spain?
No, it's Veolia, and I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Well, at least if they know what they're doing, that's okay.
Councillor Lutke.
I have a question. Maybe Director Florence will be involved in this question. And it was brought up earlier about the drought conditions. And I know last year we had rather severe water restrictions that were totally violated with people watering their lawns. And there didn't seem to be much enforcement of it. And did you adjust? I know you have a fee structure where there's like a reasonable amount of use, and then if you go over it, you pay a higher. Has there been any adjustment in that to, again, penalize folks, for lack of a better word, for those who, you let them use the water they want or they desire, but don't they get charged a higher fee if they go over some sort of a rational number? And then I would be curious how you work with the inspectional services. Are there fines associated with violating the restrictions? I'm just curious because I saw so much last year that didn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, on the residential side, we have an increasing block structure. For lower use is a cheaper rate. Intermediate use is a more reasonable rate. And then, the high users do get penalized. It really works out well.
Okay, has there been any adjustment in that, or the fees have remained the same for a number of years? Or, I mean, like you said, is it working? You're getting what you need in terms of you have the capacity to serve everyone, and so is that how you judge it's working?
There can always be improvement, but it's definitely working, and the fees are going up 5%. That has more to do with debt service. It's working right now, and on the commercial side, we don't have the increasing block because
you don't have it.
On the commercial side, if a restaurant or a hotel has more business, of course they're going to use more water, and we wouldn't want to penalize that piece.
Yeah, that sounds very fair.
Yeah.
And are there then additional penalties for violation of using water when there's water restrictions in place? Or
there is penalties, but our water restrictions that are actually still in place are voluntary. They are not mandatory.
Also typically complaint-driven is how all that stuff works. Like, if you call and complain then on your neighbor or whatever, makes the barbecues uncomfortable. But, anyone to my left? No. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to my water bill going down when my teenager goes to college. It's going to be great. I guess we'll move this to a vote.
Councilors Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapp Grissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate the continued support. You guys have been great for us and very much appreciate what you've done throughout the years and being supportive of us. I know there's a lot that comes to you from us. This is off the clock, by the way. So thank you very much for it.
Bye.
Did you win the bet?
We did.
Okay, good. Yeah, we appreciate you guys too, and especially all the efforts you're undertaking now that are way, way bigger than they used to be with regard to sewer and PFAS and all that.
Hurrah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, get out of here and go gloat that you won your bet. All right, but we're stuck here, and Councillor Cusack's going to read the next one for us.
Yep, my pleasure, Madam Vice President. This is old business requiring a public hearing, a roll call majority vote of the full council. This is item 2023-170. an appropriation order in the amount of $261,328 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 town council budget.
Second.
Oh, look, it's Mark Milne.
Oh, yes.
Yay.
I'll do my best to try to beat Rob.
No, it's good.
It's
Yeah,
the last
yeah.
$62 million here that we're talking about. So I'll give you a few more minutes of my time. I do this to myself because I order these appropriations, so next year I'm going to switch it up and go first. The town council budget is actually going down 8.6%. About 81% of this budget is funded from taxes, with the enterprise fund financing the rest of it. The change for this year is the elimination of one part-time administrative assistant in the operation, which will leave you with one full-time equivalent. That's the only change to the budget, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to speak to the item? No one. How about on Zoom? No one. Anyone to the right? Anyone to the left? Then we're going to move it. Item 2023-170, please.
Counselors Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rapgrissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Awesome. Councillor Clark, would you please read the next one into the record?
Thank you very much, Vice President Cullum. This is agenda item 2023-171. It's old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Appropriation order in the amount of $1,535,533 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 town manager budget.
Oh, look, it's Mark Milne.
Thank you. Town manager's proposed budget is increasing $187,000, or 14%. The increase in the budget over the past 5 years has been a combination of new positions and the absorption of several programs that were previously included in other departments' budgets, including communications, asset management, a town-wide safety program, and licensing. Taxes provide 57% of the funding for this operation, with licenses as the second largest category, providing 31%. Changes to the budget this year include 2 new positions. We're adding a diversity, equity, and inclusion director and an assistant safety officer. That's partially being offset by elimination of a full-time vacant administrative assistant position. And we have contractual obligations, net of turnover, and reallocations of personnel for $83,000. And that .2 reduction is we're charging more of our communications director off to the PEG Enterprise Fund and less to the general fund operation. That leaves us with about 13.9, or exactly 13.9 full-time equivalents in this operation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone out there that would like to speak to it? No. Is there anyone Zooming? There is no one. I'll close the public hearing. To my right, anyone care to chat? No one. To my left? Okay, seeing none. Let's move this item, please. This is 2023-171.
Counselors Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rapgrissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Awesome. Councillor Starr, are you ready?
Yes.
It's item 2023-172, please.
This is a public hearing opening for a roll call majority vote, full council, number 2023-172. Appropriation order in the amount of $856,897 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 public education and government PEG Access Channels Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
Oh, look, it's Mark Milne.
Oh.
Thank you. This budget includes the direct operating expenses for channels 18 and 22 and includes 7.6 full-time equivalent positions, 4.6 for Channel 18, and 3 for Channel 22. The proposed budget is decreasing $13,530. Funding for this operation is provided by the licensing agreement between the town and Comcast. Changes to the budget include contractual obligations, net of turnover and reallocations of personnel for $39,000, reduction in operating expenses of $32,000, and reductions in capital outlay expenses of $20,805. Thank you.
Awesome. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone out there that wants to speak to it? No. Anyone Zooming? No. I'll close the public hearing. Anyone to my right? Care to talk about the PEG? The PEG? No? To my left? Okey doke. Let's vote on this, please. This is item 2023-172.
Counselors, Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rep Grissetti.
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Okay. Councilor Rep Grissetti, please, could you read into the record 2023-173?
This is old business, a public hearing, roll call, majority vote of the full council. Item 2023-173, appropriation order in the amount of $7,530,592 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 Administrative Services Department budget as read.
Second.
I'd like to welcome Greg Milne, sorry, Mark Milne. It's late. Mark Milne, not
No
Greg
relation.
Milne.
Thank you. So this budget includes the 4 sub-departments of Legal, Human Resources, Information Technology, and Finance, as well as the elected office of the town clerk. These net internal service type operations support all of our frontline operations, which cannot effectively or efficiently deliver their services without the support of these operations. This budget includes 58.95 full-time equivalents positions. The budget is going up 9.9%, or $678,000 over the FY23 budget. In addition to the net growth in personnel, the operating expenses are increasing $305,000 as we continue to increase our efforts to secure our servers from cyber attacks, upgrade our Office suite to Microsoft Office 365, and absorb the escalation costs in a multitude of software applications and telecommunications utilized by all town departments. Technology, hardware refresh funds are level funded at $105,000. About a little more than half of this budget is funded from taxes, with the rest being other sources that the department generates. These are the detailed changes from year over year in the budget. We have contractual obligations, net of turnover and reallocations of personnel for $267,000. We're proposing an additional assistant town attorney position in the legal department, which is 75% funded in this budget and 25% funded in the comprehensive wastewater management plan budget. We are proposing the elimination of a legal assistant position to offset some of that cost. We are transferring over a microcomputer specialist position, which is currently funded with the ARPA grant that we have. It's been on board for a couple of years now, and we want to institutionally memorialize this position into the IT's budget as we have a hybrid workforce now that it helps support. We have applicant tracking and recruiting software in our human resource operation that is going up. We need to provide the additional funding for those software applications. We have a debt management software application that we're using that was funded originally from ARPA funds that we want to put into the operating budget going forward, as our debt has become much more complicated and we have multiple spreadsheets that multiple departments are using. This will eliminate and make us more efficient. We have information technology managed services that were currently funded from ARPA funds that we want to put into the general fund operating budget, as those funds will expire. We have software and mobile license increases. We have information technology security enhancements. which the council previously approved additional funding for in fiscal year '23. This is the incremental cost increase for fiscal year '24 for those services. And we have some near map software that we want to implement, which is a it's a aerial overlay, photographic overlay that we can use for multiple applications, including in public works and assessing, for example. And those are all the changes. I would also like to note that Town Attorney Nober, Human Resources Director Bill Cole, and our Information Technology Director Jim Benoit are here joining us this evening to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone out there that would like to speak to it? Seeing no one Zoom? No? Okay, then I'll close the public hearing. Anyone to my right have a question for Mark Milner? Anyone else? Anyone to my left? I do have a question about the police and what they, Chief Sonnabend was talking about how vulnerable their systems cannot be vulnerable, not that they are vulnerable. Is that something that the town is tasked with, or is there another service that helps them protect their computer systems and everything else?
Yeah, very similar to what Chief Sonnabend mentioned earlier this evening with all of their IT infrastructure and how they have an outside contract to help manage that infrastructure. Our IT department also has multiple servers that they manage, which is with assistance from an outside service contract that is included in this budget.
Okay, bless you. Always in threes? Yeah.
Bless you.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. So, and Councilor Schnepp has a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Mark. Just a kind of a general question, because this has popped up in a lot of the budget items. Those funds that have been currently funded by ARPA, is that part of the $7.9 million that we received directly from the federal government?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyone else? Seeing none, let's move this to a vote, please. This is 2023-173.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rep Grissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Great, thank you. Councilor Ludke, would you please read into the record 2023-174?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is old business. It's a public hearing with a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2023-174, appropriation order in the amount of $250,000 for the purpose of funding the town council's fiscal year 2024 reserve fund.
Second.
Okey doke.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
So we have a town council reserve fund here for the 5th year in a row. We've been providing this. Chapter 40, Section 5A allows for the establishment of a reserve fund. It can't exceed 5% of our tax levy, which is currently about $7.25 million. We can't make any direct drafts against this fund. We have to come to the town council, who must approve a transfer to use these funds. And this mechanism allows us to respond faster to situations on a smaller scale. For example, we've used it to replenish the sand out of Sandy Neck in front of the main parking lot up there. Any remaining funds at the end of the fiscal year will get closed out to the general fund reserves, and we haven't had to tap this year in fiscal year 23. We don't anticipate it, so that $250,000 will ultimately get returned to the general fund reserves. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to it? Seeing no one. Anyone on Zoom? No one. We'll close the public hearing. Anyone to my right? Nada. To my left? Nada. Let's move it, please. This is item 2023-174.
Councilors Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Cusack.
Yes.
Rep Grissetti.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, it passes.
Fantastic. Councilor Shaughnessy, you got to do this with flair because it's the last one. Okay. You can sing it if you want.
This is old business.
You can sing it.
Subject to a public hearing, roll call majority vote of the full council. This is item number 2023-175. Appropriation order in the amount of $51,770,243 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2024 other requirements budget as read.
Second.
Oh, look, it's Mark Milne.
Back again. Last time you'll see me tonight. This budget is increased from $57 million in 2020 to $67 million proposed in fiscal year 2024. Most of the increase has been in the growth in the capital funding of $4 million and employee benefits of $3 million. 90% of the funding for this category is provided for from taxes. Here's a list of all of the expenditures included in this category of expenditures. Employee benefits, again, make up the most at almost $30 million, 1.9 million dollar increase in fiscal year 24. The transfer to the Capital Trust Fund, we're increasing that by $2.6 million. That's a significant increase for us this year, as we've been talking about trying to find more general fund dollars to help fund the implementation of our comprehensive wastewater management plan. This is the mechanism that we're going to do that with. We're going to increase the funding to the Capital Trust Fund by $2.6 million and direct most of that towards funding that debt service for the comprehensive wastewater management plan, which has allowed us to avoid the more immediate override vote that we were looking for a few years. We also have an increase in our debt services. We just issued another bond for $13 million this year. We have a decrease in our school assessments that we receive for charter schools, school choice, as well as the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School. State and county assessments are going up 3.4%. Most of that is assessments for things like retired teachers' health insurance or county tax, Cape Cod Commission assessments, mosquito control projects, regional transportation authorities, and that comes through on what's called the cherry sheet. We have a property and liability insurance category of $2.6 million, which covers all the premiums that we pay for multiple policies that we have in place. The proposed library grants are going up 3.5% to $2.1 million. A little bit of an increase to the enterprise fund support. That's the HYCC. We have no snow and ice deficit this year to fund. It's a very mild winter. In fact, we're going to be returning $400,000 of unspent snow and ice money in fiscal year 23. Our veterans benefits benefits and assessment is actually decreasing $30,000. I believe Major Quilty is here this evening, who's our regional veterans director, and we're seeing a decrease in the Chapter 115 benefit payments that we're paying out. The amount of services are declining, so we can absorb a reduction in this budget. The Town Council Reserve Fund, which we just appropriated. Celebrations, we're actually increasing the budget for celebrations. This will provide us an increase to fund a 4th of July event, a concert at Cape Cod Symphony is planned, as well as a fireworks display anticipated Labor Day weekend. And so we'll have that built into the budget going forward, 2 events a year. Tourism grants and the Lombard Law Trust lease are both level funded for a total of $67 million. For employee benefits, you can see most of it is made up of health insurance and retirement. 92% of the cost is health insurance and retirement. The school assessments, these are actually going down, but here's the enrollment figures for the students that live in Barnstable but go to these various alternative schools instead of the local Barnstable Public Schools. We've actually seen a leveling of the enrollments, both at the school choice programs and a slight increase in regional tech participation. And these projected increases in Commonwealth charter schools are projections made by the state, not by us. Those will get updated on a quarterly basis. So the appropriation before you is actually only $51.7 million, not the whole $67.3 million, and that is because much of this cost, about $14 million of it, comes through as an assessment on our cherry sheet, and the state claws that money back on a monthly basis when they send us our state aid. They deduct these assessments from that. We also included in other appropriations about $1.7 million for enterprise fund support and the town council's reserve fund. That's it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to it? No. Anyone on Zoom? No one. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Anyone like to speak to this item on my right? No? On my left? I like the party budget. It makes me happy.
I knew you would.
Okay, so with no questions, let's just move it and finish up. 2023-175.
Counselors Cullum,
Yes.
Cusack,
Yes.
Rapp Grissetti,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
That passes 10 yes.
So I just want to say thank you very much. I wouldn't be standing in Matt Levesque's place if I didn't give like the appreciative round of applause to our very professional staff who works incredibly hard to make sure that we're delivered just really professional work. And, it's really clear whenever we go to any of these meetings or anything in Boston, anywhere else, that we're the leader, and that's because of you guys. And we really appreciate that. I think I can speak for all of us. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you for your support.
Yep. I think other people might want to say the same. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vice President Cullum. I must say, this is an impressive document, right from tip to tail, so I appreciate all the work that goes into it, which I know
I
you
would
work.
just like to point out, this is a multi-purpose tool.
Yeah, I heard.
I've heard people swat bugs with it. If you're shorter in stature, you can use it to help you drive a car. You
There
can
she
reach
goes.
high things up on the higher shelves. But it's also an excellent sleeping aid, as you pointed out earlier this evening.
I mean, really.
If you're into a holistic approach to better physical and mental health, I believe finance can help an individual achieve that
Just smack
by
yourself in the
producing
head.
things like this.
Boom, and then you're out like a light. Yeah.
And
you.
finally, my regular question. Will these presentations, these PowerPoints, be available
No,
to the public?
we're not gonna share it with the
And
public.
where do they find
No,
it?
we're not doing that. There's no sharing with the public.
They're already there,
And where?
and they're on the town council page.
On the town council page. Thank you.
Also, thank you, Major Quilty, for coming in. Nice to see you again. Thank you.
And thanks to the councilors that went to the Memorial Day ceremony, and especially to Councilor Clark and Starr for helping us put flags out on the Memorial Day.
Nice job, guys.
On the graves of our veterans. And that's in the town cemeteries. We really appreciate that. We couldn't do it without the help of volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn unless you guys want to hang out and have some decaf.
Moved.
So move.
Okay, so I guess we can raise our hands, and everybody want to go home? It looks like it's unanimous. Although Gordon's holding out. He likes to hang. Thank you very much, you guys.